I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Called to order at 9:01. Clerk, would you conduct the roll call?
Sure thing. Supervisor McGorty?
Here.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Here.
Supervisor Hashak?
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Here.
And Chair Williams?
Here. And I've invited Supervisor Jurdy to lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. We're on to item 2, public expression.
On the line, we have Julia Carrera, followed by Hannah Nelson, Marie Berger, and Ron Edwards. Julia, you can unmute and begin speaking.
Thank you. Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for the opportunity to speak. This is Julia Carrera with Julia Carrera and Associates. I am only representing Julia Carrera and Associates clients and Julia Carrera and Associates as a CEQA consultant this morning. First, my request is, can you please direct the Cannabis Department to respond to the state CEQA status inquiries that have been conducted over the last 30 days and longer with no response? I've actually been asked by Cal Cannabis scientists to see if I can get the county to respond. So if you could please direct the Cannabis Department to respond to DCC regarding CEQA status for issuance of provisional licenses. As of March 31st, no provisional licenses will be issued, and without the county Cannabis Department responding to the inquiries, these people will not be able to get a state license. My second request is that you direct the Cannabis Department to communicate directly with the CEQA consultants. I have been trying to get answers since September of last year, and it's like doing work that you know how to do and have been successful doing, blindfolded, muted, and your hands tied behind your back. We need to get communication going between the department and the CEQA consultants so that we can serve the community that's required to utilize CEQA consultants in a proper manner. And lastly, I realize that the Cannabis Department is under extreme amount of pressure conducting catch-up, particularly with minimal staff requirements. But I do want to point out that anyone who touches the Mendocino County legal cannabis industry is under an enormous amount of pressure. The applicants, the Board of Supervisors, the consultants, no one is not under pressure. Please do direct the Cannabis Department to respond to DCC inquiries in a timely manner regarding CEQA updates so provisional licenses can be issued. I don't know if our clients need to reapply prior to the 31st of this month or what, because nobody's responding to DCC regarding CEQA status. And those responses need to happen for these provisional licenses to be issued. It's the only outstanding issue. Thank you.
Next on the line is Hannah Nelson, followed by Marnie Berger.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Hannah Nelson. For years, many years, I have tried to take a proactive, productive, solution-oriented approach to the ever-changing and developing cannabis regulations for all applicants and permit holders. And I apologize for my being at the brink of frustration and anger. But after so many years and so many of volunteer hours trying to help guide regulations and sensible policy, the vegetation modification letter sent out to some applicants recently kind of put me over the edge. Hopefully you all have had an opportunity to read the cover letter that I sent in response to a particular VegMod letter. It's a shining example of exactly the type of problems that come up if the program launches forward without thinking about its implications. Particularly offensive was the link to withdrawing rather than dealing with the applicant and all of the other options, including any notice of stay or hopefully eventual following program. This case was really a star example of the type of person that you want to keep in the regulated system. And all of these people have come forward asking to be regulated. In this instance, they have standing dead trees that they never ever removed that don't show up on the satellite imaging that the county actually utilized rather than utilizing Google Earth imaging, which does show them. I implore you to work with the stakeholders to come up with a reasonable policy regarding vegetation issues and halt any denials regarding those matters and other matters while any appeals process is pending. Additionally, I would ask that a more reasonable communication process be established for public expression. Thank you.
Next on the line is Michael Katz, followed by David King and Blair Auclair.
Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. Thank you for having this special meeting today. As you can see, there are a lot of issues that are on the agenda and some that are being mentioned in public expression that are not on the agenda. I think that this meeting and the conversations that will follow will continue to make clear the need for a standing committee to address the cannabis community's needs and the county's needs in this time, and the myriad of issues that are still not going to be able to be discussed today are just as important as the ones that are being discussed. And so I sincerely hope that the board will consider that and that someone will join Supervisor Haschak in the standing committee that is so desperately needed. Relating to the vegetation modification letters, we fully support Hannah Nelson's memo and comments. This is a shocking and onerous approach to compliance, and it's sad really to see this approach being taken towards folks who have done their best to be compliant, to find requirements that are not written into the ordinance, and to find them being requested in such an unreasonable amount of time, not considering weekends, not considering the holiday, which the cannabis program had off, and which is just indicative of this feeling that exists within the community that the approach of the program at this time is not designed to support licensees moving forward, but to remove as many as possible. And so we certainly hope to see today the board stand strong in objecting to that approach and to calling for fair and equitable treatment for cannabis operators. Specifically regarding the vegetation modification letters, we request that this program be halted immediately and that there be no denials issued based on the letters that were sent out, and that a working group be established to determine what are the actual goals of this. How are we going to try to keep people in the program, enabling them to maintain compliance? Because every person that we lose from the licensed cannabis community is a loss for this county. Every licensee that we lose is not just them losing their businesses and their homesteads and potentially having to leave, but it is a legitimate loss for this county. And we've heard repeatedly the board say that they want to ensure that the people who are working towards compliance are able to stay in the program. And so it's essential that we really dig into a lot of these issues, and we encourage the board to really, put the magnifying glass on this and support our licensed operators at this time and cease the vegetation modification program. Thank you.
Next on the line is David King, followed by Blair Eclair and Monique Ramirez. David, you can begin when you're ready. David, are you with us?
Can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you.
Okay. Hello, this is David, a farmer. I want to thank David King. I want to thank the board for this special meeting. As a permitted farmer since 2017, I've endured many changes to the program that have led to me not having an income during this process. It has been impossible to create and execute a business plan in this ever-changing environment. One day I was told I can never grow in hoop houses and must invest in substantial grading infrastructure before a certain date to proceed with commercial greenhouses. Then I was told I can use hoop houses, but the infrastructure I was forced to install now puts me in jeopardy of CEQA compliance due to vegetation removal on land that has been in continual logging and grazing since the mid-1800s. As a person on forest land with a managed timber harvest plan, I was in a perfect position and started my CEQA in 2017. I was told to stop the process because I would not be allowed to include the information in my county file since the county had a mitigated negative declaration. We need a path to grandfather in legacy farmers on resource lands so they can move forward under phase 3 to a full CEQA if deemed necessary. Now, I am told not to despair because the governor wants us to succeed and has made grant money available to get us through the process. I am then informed that since I am not up to date on county taxes due to no cannabis income, I will not be approved for grant funding even though I have a low income. This taxation is burdensome to a non-functioning industry. As a farmer, we need tax relief like 4 other counties and 9 other cities are doing. We need relief from these taxes, or at least an opportunity to utilize the grant money so we can proceed in the industry and make an income to pay the taxes. Without being able to cultivate nor being able to sell product at a profit, how are we going to be able to pay these taxes? The cannabis bubble has burst. A system is being designed for well-funded operators, yet the well-funded operators have left the county and are exiting the industry due to market collapse. I do not foresee phase 3 enticing large operators and becoming a boom for our local economy. We still have a valuable asset in our community in the form of legacy operators. We have the skills and the land. Essentially, we have a dispersal of local wealth spreading across the county combined with local talent that we can build a local industry on. We can increase the county income while dispersing the impact. Also, please give us a fallow system that is functional. Last year, I had no crop nor a functional fallow system I could enter at the county level. Thank you so much for your time.
Next on the line is Blair Auclair, followed by Monique Ramirez and Brandon Parker.
Hello, this is Blair Auclair. Thank you, supervisors, for holding this special meeting. I wanted to just generally address the board in regards to all the items for today and just try to say that, I'm passionately dedicated to this cannabis community and to our community in general. And I would like you to just keep in the forefront of your mind who we all are as cannabis cultivators and how we contribute to our communities. I know that we all know that we contribute over $6 million into the county program with taxes every year. And that doesn't include everything that cannabis farmers do to contribute to their communities in general. We shop at our local supermarkets, support our local restaurants and businesses, do community service, and serve on nonprofit boards. Our kids go to our schools, and we are a part of this community. And I hope that you keep that in the forefront of your mind as you look at these different agenda items and really figure out a way of, it has been feeling more and more lately that there are more energies being put towards trying to figure out how to get operators out of the program instead of trying to figure out ways to continue to ensure that operators can stay within the program. And I highly recommend that you listen to the memos by MCA and Hannah Nelson and CCAG, as there's been tireless energy, efforts, time, and dedication put into these memos as we speak to different cultivators, different situations, and really trying to understand what's going on the ground, how people are being affected, and how that potentially some of these regulations and rules that are being created are not being done equitably, and that we really need to look at alternatives and how we interpret something one way or another can be interpreted differently or applied differently. As for example, there's nothing in the regulations for the vegetation modification that says that an applicant must prove something within 15 days, that they must have had a professional prove that something was removed. And just looking at very blurry aerial imagery to make these assumptions and not being able to create anything, any documentation after the fact. These are all examples of things that are not in the regulations and just making it more difficult for applicants to be able to get through the program. So please remember we're part of your communities and try to figure out a way to keep us all in the program.
Next on the line is Monique Ramirez, followed by Brandon Parker, Ron Edwards, and Lauren Mendelson.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. This is Monique Ramirez speaking on behalf of the Covelo Cannabis Advocacy Group. We submitted a memo under the public expression regarding tree removal and vegetation modification. Without restating our memo, I just want to highlight that we're really concerned about people being rejected from our program without an opportunity to really prove that they didn't do something wrong. It was really alarming to find out at the last MCP weekly meeting that the county would not be taking documentation that was provided after the fact. They have to show proof basically at the time of a tree removal. But something that's really alarming to us is that when you look at the ordinance, the amended section of 10A17, ordinance number 4413, it clearly states that if during review of an application, county staff determined that trees were unlawfully removed to develop a cultivation site, the county shall deny the application. The problem here is that people have done things lawfully, but don't really have a way to prove it because you don't have to get a permit from CAL FIRE to cut a tree down for firewood or to build a fence. Those are rightful activities that a landowner has. It's stated in the California laws. And so it's really challenging now for applicants that are in these predicaments to have to prove something that there's just no proof. Like, so I really think that we have to look at how we can change this policy and to really stay in the spirit of what the whole intent behind this tree removal provision was. And it was to deter people from doing land clearings unlawfully, which is something we absolutely do not support as a group. And so we need to like maybe have this be another item that the ad hoc tackles, and we need to definitely halt all of these denial letters for tree removal and essentially everything, because we need to have an appeals process in place so that people have an opportunity to fight maybe these unjust denials. And so, you know, there's equity funding available to applicants that are still trying to get that money. And then we also have a local jurisdiction grant funding that's going to be available that can help a lot of these applicants. And so we really urge this board to consider putting this on the next agenda item and to halt the MCP from denying any tree removal issue, you know, people that are in that situation at this time until we have more clarity, till we maybe amend our ordinance to make the language more suitable and so that people can actually comply with the rules that are being stated in these ordinances. Thank you so much for the time to speak.
Brandon Parker is no longer on the line, so I'll be moving on to Ron Edwards, then Lauren Mendelson.
Good morning, board. I know you are taking up the issue on meetings and so forth on the 15th, but I hope that you include the MCP program in doing that. I was meeting with some people last Wednesday, the 23rd, when the MCP program was having a meeting. They weren't aware of the meeting or they had forgotten about it, but there was no way for them to join the meeting because the links that are sent out are specific to one person. So the Friday meetings are great, they're open, but I don't know why all of the meetings aren't open and why there isn't a better method, particularly with the Board of Supervisors, to raise your hand even during this one. I am concerned that with all these denial letters and the vegetation denial letters that you're going to shrink the size of the program. And when the size of the program shrinks, that's going to raise the cost. And when you raise costs, that affects the lowest, smallest farmer the most. And when you're doing the appeals process, I hope that that appeals process is more equitable than the tax review to get out of the taxes when you close your business. Because again, at this point, people have invested almost all their savings in this to make it more equitable, where there's maybe a deposit that's paid, and if you lose the appeal, you pay. But we can't let people not appeal just because they can't afford to. So we really need to make sure that we keep this program robust. Thank you.
Next on the line is Lauren Mendelson.
Good morning, honorable supervisors and everyone else here today. My name is Lauren Mendelson. I'm an attorney representing many cannabis operators in Mendocino County, also or elsewhere across California. And I'm speaking to you today on their behalf as well as on behalf of just the broader cannabis community. This comment is particularly about the vegetation modification issue that some previous commenters have spoken on. I did want to echo someone previously mentioning how there should not be any denials of anyone related for veg modification reasons until there is some sort of an appeal process in place. I do support that idea. I've also submitted a written comment about supporting the creation of an appeals process. So I do encourage you to read that, and I'll talk on that later. But in terms of this vegetation modification issue, I do see some serious problems with how the county is currently handling this. With regards to any activity that occurred prior to adoption of 10A17, I don't think any applicant or permit holder should be penalized or denied a permit for any type of vegetation removal that occurred then. They simply didn't know that was going to be a requirement in the future. The way the rule is set up now, it's almost like an ex post facto law, which are illegal. Someone can't be punished retroactively for conduct that wasn't illegal when it took place. So why should there be a different standard for cannabis? Even with regards to post 2017 removal, as previous speakers mentioned, there's a lot in how the county is currently implementing the ordinance that is not actually written in the ordinance. For example, the requirement that you have had a licensed professional prepare a list of all the types of trees removed at the time of removal, that is not specified in the ordinance, and that is creating a very difficult situation for folks that just did not think they were going to have that, and now they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. The 15-day window is very short. It is really not enough time to get this information together for many folks. And it seems like that was done intentionally to leave people without enough time. The county was fully aware that many of these applications had potential tree-related issues for a long time, and yet they waited to let people know and then gave this short window. That just simply seems unfair. There's lots of reasons why trees can come down: weather, disease, and the way that the cannabis program is interpreting for the purposes of developing a cultivation site is very unfair. I've got a client who presented evidence from CAL FIRE that something was done for dispensable space. MCP just said it looked suspicious and therefore it must have been done for the purposes of developing a cultivation site. That is arbitrary and unacceptable. Furthermore, by terrifying people into not removing trees because they're afraid of what might happen, the county is creating hazards and nuisances that could really harm people. And so I think it's very important that the county reassesses how it's dealing with these and halts any types of rejections or renewals related to veg modification until there is a clear appeal process in place. And yes, let's have a standing committee on this. Thank you.
Marnie Berger is no longer on the line, so that concludes public expression.
I'd like to ask the ad hoc whether it's willing to take the public expression we've heard today into consideration and come back with recommendations, if any.
I'll
Supervisor
defer.
Haschek.
I'll defer to Supervisor McGorty first.
You know, this is kind of a double-edged sword. I think that first of all, the process of trying to find a licensed professional forester or an arborist can be really difficult in our county because we simply don't have those people. But I also know of cases, again, of neighbors who have said cannabis grows have come in, cut down trees, and put up hoop houses and you know, blue oaks and things that are very old, and they've had a real impact. So you know, just and whether or not those are people who are in the program or not, I'm not sure. So this remains kind of controversial.
Glenn, I don't mean to start a discussion because we don't have those items agendized today. I just want to make sure we don't drop the ball. I think we owe it to the commenters that there's some contemplation as follow-up. And it's the most efficient process if we use the ad hoc model, and we already have a cannabis ad hoc. Are Supervisors McGorty and Haschek willing to contemplate the public expression we've heard today and bring back recommendations as you see fit?
Sure. You know, I mean, I feel it's part of what's going to turn into an appeal process. Probably, I suspect we're going to end up with an appeal process. This will be one of the big items on it.
Yeah, and I certainly would go along with that. I think that we're going to get a lot of appeals on this, and we might as well try to make the policy right instead of dealing with the appeals. So if Supervisor McGordy is willing, we can expand the scope of this ad hoc to include.
Yeah, and I hope at some point we're closing some of the scope too, that we're moving down the road. But again, there's two purposes for us continuing with an ad hoc, and one of them is to confine it to a space where there's a good public forum, not confine it, but have an allowable space. And the second issue is just some level of efficiency so that we don't end up in lawsuits. So I think that this is a better alternative.
Okay, let's move on. Agenda item 3A, sponsored by the Cannabis program related to sensitive species and habitat review. And our Cannabis program, Cannabis department head will be presenting.
Hello, good morning, honorable supervisors and members of the public and CEO Angelo. What we're looking at here today is that on September 30th of 2020, county staff, in collaboration with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, completed the development of the Sensitive Species Habitat Review Policy and associated document, which is the Appendix A or Exhibit A, Sensitive Species Performance Standards Review and Sensitive Species Habitat Questionnaire. I did upload Exhibit A, the performance standards document, with the agenda item, and we'll reference that during the course of this presentation. The policy was intended to fulfill the County Code section, chapter 10A17.100, subsection A, to establish such a policy with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Based on direction from the board to county staff during the February 23rd, 2021 supervisors meeting, staff completed the following. Staff defined contiguous expansion to mean the relocation of plant canopy and or the permitted expansion of plant canopy to an area that is within 200 feet of any original cultivation site. Original cultivation site being defined as prior to January 1st of 2016 and located on the same parcel. Terms used in this definition shall be the same or are the same as those terms defined in 10A17, and they include cultivation site expansion and plant canopy. Staff further published an updated sensitive species habitat review webpage with updated policy information, and then implemented the contiguous expansion affidavit policy to provide phase 1 cultivation applications a complete exemption from the sensitive species habitat questionnaire and from review for compliance with Exhibit A, the sensitive species performance standards document, which again is attached to this agenda item. Upon implementation of the contiguous expansion affidavit and the definition, several concerns have been identified. Those concerns include, but are not limited to, concerns that have been raised by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife that cultivation sites who file an approved contiguous expansion affidavit would not be reviewed for compliance with the 13 performance standards identified in Exhibit A. Additionally, department staff has raised concerns that the elimination of the review for compliance with the performance standards outlined in Exhibit A before the issuance of the permit to staff's ability to process Appendix G submissions, which are a verification that applicants, now permit holders, are in compliance with said performance standards. So if we aren't checking for those performance standards during the application process, it's hard to certify that those performance standards are being met when we receive the CEQA document, the Appendix G, after we've issued the permit. County staff is seeking direction from the board today for possible amendments to the sensitive species habitat review performance standards, and specifically one performance standard, not the entirety of the document of Exhibit A. What we're discussing today specifically, or what we're proposing, staff is proposing today, as far as amendments to Exhibit A is specific to item 3 on Exhibit A. Item 3, or performance standard number 3 on Exhibit A reads, project footprint has not expanded and is not proposed for expansion. Grading, tree removal, or vegetation removal is not proposed, nor has occurred beyond what existed on January 1st of 2016. Staff recommends that performance standard be broken into 2 separate performance standards, which would make performance standard number 3 read, project footprint has not expanded and is not proposed for expansion. And then if the board provided direction to split these up, the 4th performance standard would read, grading, tree removal, or vegetation removal is not proposed nor has occurred beyond what existed on January 1st of 2016. If upon dividing item 3 into 2 performance standards, our second recommendation would be to allow for the contiguous expansion affidavit to provide an exemption only from performance standard number 3, which should read, according to this proposal, project footprint is not expanded and is not proposed for expansion. To summarize the recommendation, what we're recommending is that instead of a contiguous expansion affidavit providing the applicant a complete exemption from review of all performance standards, that going forward, a contiguous expansion affidavit would only provide the applicant an exemption from the performance standard related to project footprint has not expanded and is not proposed for expansion, allowing staff to conduct review of the other performance standards when a CEA is received and approved. I'm happy to answer questions.
Can we hear from the Cannabis ad hoc? Do you support the Cannabis director's recommendations?
This wasn't part of our scope. And so I don't think we really discussed it. I mean, we've heard an update from it, but we haven't really opined on it.
McGordy?
You're muted.
This is one we, I think, hope to take up with the whole board. And I just have sort of a general question here. Again, not knowing all the historical context of the development of 10A17. So, you know, there are certain things we're doing, basically acting as an agent for the state, because this is required for the state license, correct? And if so, what's kind of the minimalist approach that we can take in environmental review and still be compliant with all the regulations the state's asking us for? This is a question for Christian.
Yeah, if I may, Mr. Chair, I think that's a little bit broad. I guess what I would say on this one is that this was intended. The board had initially sort of explored this issue on the contiguous expansion as a way to try to minimize, to do exactly that, to minimize the amount of sort of county resources that had to be going to this, and to minimize the county's role in that process, in line with what had been in the prior environmental document. I think what I'm hearing from the department is that it didn't realize the efficiencies that were hoped for, and that because of the way, essentially because of what the state has wanted, and because of the state's approach on this, that they believe it's going to be sort of more efficient and more effective to be going in going with the route that they're suggesting. And in particular, I would note a lot of this stuff. I mean, really the whole appendage G process is something that isn't really a requirement of the county. You know, and it was not something that was contemplated or built into the ordinance to begin with. This was something that the state sort of devised as own work, and there's been a lot of back and forth on trying to mitigate the impacts on the county based on that. But the consequence and the sort of I would say the sword that the state has always had dangling over the county's head is that they may essentially elect to not approve permits from applicants in Mendocino County if the county does not do some of the state's work for it. Yeah, or they would be so slow in processing them that it would have practically the same effect. So I'm not sure I can give you a definitive answer as to what is going to be the least role that the county can take. I will say, what we're hearing from the department is that is essentially what's being targeted here, is to try and have the most efficient way through.
So my own take on it is that this is a really clunky process, and there's a lot of stuff that has been added on that I like to envision it as that we're kind of supposed to be specialists in land use, and this is a permit, a land use permit to conduct agriculture, and maybe I'm wrong on that.
I'm sorry if I may, Supervisor McGorty. This is not a land use permit. So actually the structure of the ordinance that the board had done previously that was subject to referendum would have made it a land use a permit process. It would have made it a discretionary process subject to environmental review at this time. This one was actually devised specifically to not be a land use permit, in part to avoid any discretionary determinations and any site-specific environmental review. And unfortunately, that was developed before the state decided how they were going to function, and when the state set up their process, they decided that they were going to have a discretionary process that would require environmental review, but they worked under an assumption that the environmental review would be conducted by the counties in advance, even though we had set up a structure that did not require that.
So we have an inherent conflict built into this whole process.
Yes, and that's really been a struggle, I would say, for the last few years on this, is trying to reconcile the process that the county put in place before the state had decided what it was doing, that set up a ministerial permit process to avoid having to do site-specific environmental review, and then the discretionary process that the state put in place that assumed that there would be site-specific environmental review on the part of the county.
So how is the sensitive species review and Appendix G not an environmental review of the site?
Well, so that was the suggestion that they came up with, right? So Appendix G is not a product of the county's ordinance. Appendix G is something that the state, after the fact, asked the county to create and to sign off on, so that the state would not have to do its own environmental review. We are essentially doing the state's work for them. I think they've been pretty explicit in acknowledging that, so that they would not have to do their environmental review. We're doing it for them. But this is an odd creature. My understanding is that they did in fact get a legislative change to allow this to be deemed to be CEQA compliant, but this is a whole scheme they came up with to try and get around their own environmental review.
As check.
Yeah, so going back to this affidavit, how many people are using the affidavit right now? And that's a question for staff.
I do not have those numbers. We've had a number of them come through the portal, but we haven't finished processing those applications.
And so the ones that aren't using the affidavit have been going to CDFW for the sensitive species and habitat review?
Not necessarily. So the process that staff undergoes when an applicant fills out a questionnaire is that we accept the questionnaire, we review the information on the questionnaire, and then we utilize the Exhibit A checklist to determine whether or not the applicant is in compliance with the performance standards. If they meet all of the performance standards on the Exhibit A checklist, then there's no need for a referral to the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. If they cannot meet one or more of the performance standards, or their ability to meet one or more of the performance standards is unknown to staff, then staff refers the application to Fish and Wildlife. So we have a significant number of applications that don't go to Fish and Wildlife. the turnaround time for referrals to Fish and Wildlife is about 30 days. They did just hire a full-time staff person who's dedicated to reviewing the referrals we send for the sensitive species habitat review when a referral is needed.
So, okay, I understand that process. So we don't know how many people have signed off on the affidavit trying to use this exemption.
We don't, because they're in the portal and I don't have a way to just extract that information. I would have to open up all 400 or so applications in the portal and hash mark those who submitted a CEA. I don't have any way to export that as a data set.
Okay, and then, so my understanding is the proposal would be if you split number 3 off into 2 parts, then the 3B would be the grading, tree removal, or vegetation removal is not proposed nor has occurred beyond what existed on January 1st, 2016. And so does that tie into the issues that people are having with this vegetation modification letter? Is that what we're talking about here?
No, we're not talking about that at all. The grading, tree removal, and vegetation standard listed in Exhibit A is a standard that was brought forward into Exhibit A. But even if you are, say, presently had used a CEA or a contiguous expansion affidavit to be exempt from the sensitive species habitat review, that prohibition is still outlined within the ordinance and would still be subject to review. There's no ability currently for a contiguous expansion affidavit to exempt an individual from the prohibition that's stated in the ordinance.
Okay.
Gertie?
Kristen, in the ordinance that we were just working on but was rescinded, we had tried to address an issue that had come up in the community about people who had had a technical violation with Department of Forestry because a couple of trees had been removed without a timber harvest plan. But the CAL FIRE had cited the technical, they had settled the issue, not contested it, because at the time they didn't think it wasn't a significant issue until later it became an issue with our ordinance, which was adopted after the settlement had occurred with CAL FIRE. And CAL FIRE had provided a letter to the county saying this was not a big deal. It was, we didn't press this to court because we would have gone there or gone to adjudication in some way if we thought it was a big deal. We just took the payment and settled it. And yet in our, I believe in this existing ordinance, there's probably not a way, there might not be a way to allow that property where there was a technical violation, but it wasn't a significant environmental issue. The agency involved says it's not an issue. Is there any way to allow that kind of a property under those circumstances to still proceed and apply for a permit with the county?
I think that question leads us away from the discussion about continuous expansion affidavit and into a discussion about the tree clearing prohibition outlined in the ordinance. Because there's nothing in the continuous expansion affidavit that addresses your question, Supervisor Jardy, or is looking at those policies specifically. If we look at the tree removal language in the ordinance, if an applicant removed trees prior to May 4th of 2017, then a letter from CAL FIRE showing, even if it showed that violations had occurred and that the applicant had cleared those violations, the ordinance provides a pathway for that application to move forward if the clearing occurred prior to May 4th of 2017. There is a pretty zero tolerance prohibition for those who cleared commercial species, true oaks and or tan oaks on or after May 4th of 2017. But those issues are separate issues, separate sections of the ordinance, and not necessarily relevant to the contiguous expansion affidavit item.
Okay, but for clarification, you're saying if the action took place prior to 2017, there still is a plausible path forward or just a theoretical path forward?
It's a plausible path forward.
I know the cannabis ad hoc hasn't looked specifically at this issue, but I imagine you've heard feedback from the cannabis community. I have a rebuttable presumption that we should take the director's recommendation today. Have you heard anything to the contrary? Where does the community stand on this?
Well, I haven't heard that much feedback on this specific issue. So, I think the other things like the vegetation modification issues are more relevant right now. But, I guess it goes back to the big picture of what you and I worked on, Supervisor Williams, when we were on the ad hoc about this issue with the contiguous language and what do we do with it. And if, my understanding is that CDFW has an issue with it and that in the long term, it might not help people get through the Appendix G if they use the affidavit. And so I guess clarification on that would be helpful from staff. So the question comes down to, if people use the affidavit, then will they still be required to do all the other work with the Appendix G to get their state annual license?
Currently, with the affidavit being a complete exemption from the performance standards outlined in Exhibit A, in order for the applicant to make it through the Appendix G or have the Appendix G certified by the county, we have to verify that they meet the performance standards outlined in Exhibit A. So we're not reviewing them under the current policy for contiguous expansion affidavits. So then when we potentially get the Appendix G down the road, we have to review it after the permit is issued in relationship to that Appendix G.
So I'm looking at the recommended action. It's a bit open-ended and vague. Do we want to get a motion on the floor before we go to public comment so that we can hear any objections, any concerns about the direction we may take? County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure the board is aware. Under the existing ordinance structure, it's actually the department that has the function of determining the objective criteria of what does and does not need to go for the sensitive species habitat review. So strictly speaking, I think this determination is actually one the cannabis director would be able to do on her own in terms of the change. So you may not need much in the terms of formal action. It may be sufficient that you support, indicate whether you're supporting this or not.
I guess I wonder why it's on the agenda today. Supervisor McCordy.
Well, on the face of it, it seems reasonable. It is kind of open-ended, but the whole process to me is still kind of mysterious in some respects, in terms of trying to do an environmental assessment the way that's being done. And on the other hand, I have faith in Kristen to make good choices for us.
County Council, do you want to?
So
do you recommend?
We don't.
County Council, do you recommend a motion, or is direction sufficient?
I believe direction would be sufficient. I think, if I understand correctly, I think the director may be looking, before she goes this route, to see whether the board is objecting and whether there is concern, given that this had been board initiated, this had been sort of, I think it was strictly speaking the department that implemented the strategy, but it was the board that indicated the desire to be going this road in the first place.
So I hear Supervisor McCordy suggesting direction of supporting the cannabis director on these changes. Do we have two more? Mo?
I do support, to to me, what I'm looking at is the same conversation that we really continue to have about the program, which is really, we have many applicants that might be able to use this to be able to move forward. And then we also have applicants that may not. And so it just seems to me that we continue to hold up those that might be getting through the process instead of separately dealing with those that may have more challenges.
But you support this direction?
I do, but I'm interested in hearing public comment.
Haschak and Jurdy.
To hear if we have any public comment on this.
Let's go to public comment.
We have 7 people registered for public comment. First in the line is Hannah Nelson, followed by Ron Edwards, Michael Katz, Blair Claire, Monique Ramirez, Chantel Simon Pietri, and Corinne Powell.
Good morning, Hannah Nelson. Please, please, please look at the memo that I attached for this agenda item. I think that one issue that's really disturbing is that there was no staff report and no specific indication of what was being requested by the director prior to this meeting. It's hard enough to respond to such a complicated issue in the limited time allowed after the agenda item is posted without more specific idea of what's being requested. Also, while Supervisor McGordy indicates that the whole process is mysterious, I did do a rather thorough job of laying out the history in my memo. So I encourage him and all the supervisors to read that. I think that also County Council was a little bit off base in leading the board to believe that these issues have to do with the state requiring things that were not required of when we passed the ordinance. In fact, this issue dovetails into the later CEQA stuff, but our own ordinance requires the sensitive species and habitat review consideration, and then the issue of developing a policy, the subject of which is potentially going to be modified by the director. The policy itself that was developed is overbroad, and it includes any tree removal, any vegetation removal, any grading, whether lawful or not. And it also contains the wrong baseline date. The baseline date should be the baseline date quoted in the MND, as I indicate in my memo, which is August 26, 2016. And that does matter because of the large quantity of people who participated in the 931 program. If indeed there are additional questions that need to be asked of people who would otherwise be exempt from the formal referral to CDFW for a full sensitive species and habitat review, and I just want to be mindful that that's after staff preliminarily reviews the site for all of those performance standards, and it's only a matter of whether that last referral process is conducted. Those questions then need to be, if there are additional questions, they need to be specific. Staff mentions litigation possibility, and the reason to avoid or to modify is.
I have a question for Hannah. Hannah, are you still on?
Yeah. Yes.
Can you sum up? Do you support the recommendation as it stands?
Not as it stands.
Okay, thank you.
Next on the line is Ron Edwards, followed by Michael Katz.
Good morning again, board. I think this is, and I'm trying to be gentle here. MCA and Hannah both submitted memos in detail about this prior to this meeting, as we did not really get anything from MCP on this prior to the meeting. A lot of the things we heard was the first time. So, the information was presented from the community, and MCP and Hannah both represent more than just an individual. They have clients, and I believe that from the list of speakers, you're going to hear from a lot of people that had provided information. And this is why I feel it's extremely important not only to provide a written comment, but also to follow up with a public comment so that we can remind the board that you do have that information from the public. Thank you.
Now on the line is Michael Katz, followed by Blair Auclair.
Good morning, board. Thank you very much. This is Michael Cass, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I want to echo the substantial concern with the fact that the actual recommendation being made by the cannabis program towards this item was not included in the agenda. It sought direction from the board, but did not explicitly say what was being considered. And I'm just curious as to why that would be the case. We did not have an opportunity to address those items specifically. And so I think that this is another item that is incredibly complex and should be evaluated further as far as what is the goal of the contiguous expansion affidavit, which was worked on over a year ago, I believe, and could be impacting many applicants. The entire purpose of it, Supervisor McGorty, was to streamline this process. And as the county council indicated, the department has the function to determine what has to go through the SSHR. So the idea is that this contiguous expansion affidavit would enable people to not have to go through this additional level of unnecessary onerous review if they had not expanded beyond 200 feet of their existing cultivation site. But it appears that the way that this is now being implemented would be to be much more expansive, potentially incorporating the entire parcel. And it's not a well set up way to have a conversation and consider what the impacts are. Hannah does recommend modifying the policy, just not in the manner that was proposed. And so again, I feel this is an issue that should be considered further through additional stakeholder input. I'd like to reiterate the need for expert stakeholder input when developing potential policies to outline the implications of them before they are brought to the board for consideration. So the first time that you all are hearing this, it's not a one-side concern, and we can really develop these things together as long as the goals, as have been directed by the Board of Supervisors, which are to keep people in the program and to reduce the onerousness of the process. That's what we're trying to achieve. And what we're seeing with this and other items is that that is not what seems to be happening on the implementation side. So we do not support this proposal as written, and we certainly recommend that it be discussed further in a stakeholder environment. Thank you very much.
Now on the line is Blair Auclair, followed by Monique Ramirez.
Hello, board. This is Blair Auclair. I would just like to echo the statements by Hannah Nelson and Michael Katz, and that these are very complicated issues and also somewhat even more complicated than I can understand too. And I really look for the leadership and knowledge that Hannah Nelson has on these issues, and the amount of time and research time she has spent really diving into this and really understanding it. And I believe that there seems to not be enough information that the board understands, and also that to really make a clear decision on what direction should be, but that there needs to be more input from stakeholders, especially just hearing issues that the date being used is incorrect and things like that, and that we need to use the knowledgeable people within our communities who really understand these super complicated issues to try to figure out solutions that are the simplest, the most straightforward, and enables cultivators to continue through the process without having them to be having undue unnecessary time and resources and energy to continue to have to retract what they're doing and go backwards. So I would just like to recommend that with the board that they either through, I'm not sure exactly what the right mechanism would be, but somehow make sure that Hannah Nelson is part of the conversation to figure out what direction this needs to go.
Now on the line is Monique Ramirez, followed by Chantel Simon Pietri.
Hello, Monique Ramirez, representing the Covelo Cannabis Advocacy Group. We submitted a memo on this agenda item. We also do not support it as it stands currently because there's a lot of issues that need to be resolved. One thing that Hannah really brings attention to is the project area and making sure that it does not include the entire property, but really limited to the cultivation areas. That is what is really important here. It's kind of interesting because when you actually look at the document for the Sensitive Species Performance Standards Review on page 1, in bold, in italics at the bottom, it says, for the purposes of this document, the project includes, but is not limited to, existing or proposed access roads, cultivation areas, and associated structures and activities related to cultivation. The part that kind of alarms us is that it says, but is not limited to. So maybe that part needs to be stricken out of the sentence so that it really does relate to the cultivation area. Because at the end of the day, this whole intent is about protecting species and habitat. So, we need to make sure that that's what's actually being done. I just want to say, just speaking for myself, I am one of the Appendix G applications that have, I'm actually currently under review. And I was also one that submitted a contiguous expansion affidavit. And I was also one of the applicants that was not issued a permit correctly in the past because the SSHR was not done correctly. So that was really alarming, really stressful when I found that out. And then I went through the process and I was reissued my permit correctly by the county. And now I find myself wondering, oh my gosh, am I back to square one again? Like, do I have to get reviewed again because another error on the county's part has taken place? It really puts distrust in this entire program when policies are implemented and then we find out later that they were actually done incorrectly. And then the board spends a lot of time to develop something proper, like you guys did last year with this contiguous expansion language, to now find that maybe now we have to be reviewed again. Now, I just want to also add that I personally hired a biologist to walk my land, every inch of it. He put together a bioassessment and we determined that there was no impacts to any sensitive species. So I really, and that was supporting documents that I gave, even though I signed the affidavit. Now, I would hope that someone similar to my situation would not be required to still have to have CDFW review it again. We've already determined that there's no impacts. So it's just really frustrating as a cultivator and, representing groups of other farms and being a part of the MCA, like, we're just really like wanting to see people make it through. We don't want this process to just drag on and on and on and on. So take the advice and the expertise from other people, especially attorneys that have really looked at this and have been following it since day one, and utilize that in making your decision today. So thank you so much.
Now on the line is Chantal Simon Pietri and Corinne Powell's next.
Good morning. Thank you, Board of Supervisors and MCP staff. My name is Chantal Simon Pietri. I'm an environmental compliance consultant in the cannabis industry in Mendocino County. And I just briefly want to echo the comments by Michael Katz, Hannah Nelson, Ron Edwards, Blair, Mo, all of us that call in and observe and are living and breathing and in some cases dying by the ebb and flow of the understanding of the board on these issues and the direction that the MCP is taking. And my comment, just to zoom out to the macro level, is to please read Hannah Nelson's memo. She has spelled it out explicitly clear what the issues are, where the proper fixes can be made that are efficient and that stay within the intent, the original intent of this resolution, which was how to manage performance standards and how to continue to move people through an appropriate level of environmental review in an efficient way while not bogging down the process with excessive review by multiple different bodies of government, be they local or state. And also just to chime in again to say that stakeholder input is essential for this to succeed, and more and more and more is necessary. So please continue to do that. So my overall comment is I do not support the MCP's proposed solution at all. And I feel very strongly that the Hannah Nelson memo and also NCA's position on the facts of this subject are well laid out, well researched and discussed, and offer a solution that would be effective and efficient. Thank you.
On the line is Corinne Powell. Corinne, you can unmute and begin speaking when you're ready.
Good morning, supervisors and staff and our faithful community with input on today's meeting issues. I personally am not acquainted with all the details of the topic under consideration and wish to speak on the following topic and the local jurisdiction grant topic. So I hope that Atlas will put me back in the queue for those. However, after listening to all the comments today, the questions from the board, the apparent willingness of Chair Williams to recommend that the MCP program move forward without more direct input from the board, I find that just shocking and outrageous. I realize that Supervisor Haschak has been willing to tackle these issues. I appreciate that Supervisor McGorty has wanted to participate on a limited scale, but many of the issues brought to the board by the cannabis department have become increasingly arbitrary and increasingly against what the board has previously directed. Many things are obstacles to the local permittees advancing to annual licenses. And I believe that it's irresponsible of the board to rubber stamp staff recommendations when they were not presented to the public in a reasonable amount of time. And it appears that perhaps some of the local community's input has not been yet considered. Please vote to postpone actions that you're discussing now regarding the tree removal and vegetation and any department's proposals that have not been adequately noticed to the public. So Atlas, please call me again on the later two items, and thank you for the opportunity to contribute.
That concludes public comment.
Back to the board for discussion. Atlas, could you unshare the timer?
Anthony sure can.
Kristen?
Yeah, thank you so much. I do want to just point a couple of things out that I think are important here. So, based on the mitigated negative declaration and Chapter 1017, the department or the county, now the department, is required to develop this policy for sensitive species habitat review with the Department of Fish and Wildlife. That occurred in 2020, and this is the policy that came forward out of those negotiations. And so, with Department of Fish and Wildlife objecting to the exemption from the performance standard review, we do have concerns that if we continue forward on that pathway of full exemption, are we potentially jeopardizing our ability to work with Fish and Wildlife on conducting the referrals that need to be conducted? So we are trying to make an amendment in a manner that continues our relations with our partners, Fish and Wildlife, but also allows for some exemption through the CEA, and in our opinion would streamline the review process and maintain relationships with our partners in this policy that is required by the MND.
County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a slight clarification on something Director Nevedal said. Strictly speaking, the ordinance talks about consultation with CDFW. I don't quite want to characterize it as a negotiation because I don't know that they have the ability to say veto if they don't agree. And I don't know that there has to be absolute agreement. The concern, however, is that the way that the ordinance is structured really requires, assumes, and depends upon a certain amount of voluntary participation by CDFW. And then on top of that, we're also trying to make sure that we develop a record that is going to be satisfying state licensing requirements for these individual cultivators. And as I understand it, the feedback that has been coming from the state agencies has made the department quite concerned that even if the department is sort of to stick to the approach of saying, you know, there's a blanket exemption here from sensitive species habitat review if you complete the contiguous expansion affidavit. The concern is that that may sour the relationship so much that it may actually jeopardize not just those applications, but others going forward as well. And I would invite Director Nevedal to correct me if I've got any of that inaccurate, but I want to make sure that we're understanding this isn't necessarily just a legal issue. This is a matter of the relations with the state agencies.
Haschak. You're muted. We can't hear you, John. Do you want to adjust your microphone and maybe we can come back?
Mr. Chair, I can hear him through my wall. He has a technical problem and he can't get his microphone to work. So maybe we could take a 10-minute break and somebody could help him with that and then we could come back.
Sounds good. Let's be
Thank
back.
you.
Let's come back at 10:25.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm just trying to figure this out, and certainly I don't like to have last minute changes or proposals to the people so they can't understand what's going on. And I think that it is a difficult issue, and that the board is grappling with understanding it too. So if I understand it correctly, then people who have their SSHRs already done and approved by either the program or CDFW will not be affected by any change to this. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so no one needs to go back and redo. This is really for people who are trying to use the affidavit who haven't gotten their SSHRs approved, and we're using the affidavit to bypass the total review of their parcel, the cultivation site, and the 200 feet contiguous.
That is correct.
That's correct too. And so with this change, that it would not allow people to use an affidavit, not allow the contiguous language, that they would be subject to fulfilling all the requirements of the Appendix G, just like anyone else.
They're already required to fulfill the requirements of Appendix G, just like everyone else. It is a matter of when the county staff reviews those requirements for Appendix G. The best time to review those requirements, in our opinion, is during the application process, because then it makes it an easier time for both the applicant and staff to process that Appendix G.
So it's either through the permitting process or Appendix G that sooner or later they're going to have to follow all of these requirements. And the program's saying, let's just do it with the permitting process, and CDFW wants that too. Is that
is correct?
Kind of how it boils down?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Jordy.
Well, first of all, I want to say that I have confidence in Kristen and the people in the department to do what they think is the best way to move forward with the program. I think they're making more progress than their predecessors, and I don't want to publicly undermine them in any way. I do think that we've heard some comments today from representatives of the cannabis industry that they would like more public input. And of course, when I hear public input, I'm thinking from the entire community. And it could be that these proposals are the best of imperfect options for the county, for the applicants, and for the community. And if that's the case, great. Hearing what's been asked today, I think it'd be prudent to ask for the department to have a very small stakeholder meeting. Maybe ask for 2 representative Cannabis Alliance, maybe 2 members of the Willits Environmental Center to just sit down in a Zoom meeting and discuss this. And it could be that the consensus is this is the best of the imperfect options available, and bring it back to the board after that. And we'll hopefully hear that this is, again, the best of the imperfect options ahead of us.
Director Nevital.
Thank you. I just want to remind the board and the public that we do have weekly public meetings where any member of the public or advocacy group or stakeholder can join that meeting and provide comment. I also, delaying remedying the contiguous expansion affidavit means that we cannot necessarily process applications for applicants that have filed contiguous expansion applications. So until we work this policy out, I don't feel that the department can process contiguous expansion affidavits and move folks forward to a permit issuance.
McGordy.
I'm inclined to agree with the proposal that Supervisor Doherty has put on the table. It's a pretty complicated issue. I think we need to hear from both sides of the issue, producers and the environmental community, because this is really what's driving it. You know, I don't know if the Willis Environmental Center is the right people to be hearing from. You know, I'm just wondering about regulators who have negotiated this. How, if in Kristen's opinion, are they finished, or do they feel like they've gone as far as they want to go in discussing it with you, or where do we stand?
I believe, based on my conversations with DFW, that they support the proposal brought forward this morning. And I think that they'll discuss it more. I don't know whether or not they'd be willing to have the discussion with stakeholders, but we can ask. I have not posed that question to DFW leadership or legal counsel.
Supervisor McGordy, I have a comment. I don't see factions locally. I don't think we have two groups that are at odds. The issue is our program, in order to get folks licensed with the state, relies on voluntary efforts by our state partner. And if we burn the bridge with our state partner, maybe they won't do that work, in which case our applicants aren't going to get their state license. So we can just, I'm not against the dirty proposal of having a Zoom meeting and discussing locally, but I don't know if there's a decision for us to make locally. The issue is whether the state will agree to anything other than what they've are already offered.
Well, and that's what I'm trying to figure out, is trying to find the boundaries of who makes these decisions, and while the stakeholders are reacting really negatively to it, the people who are going to be affected, which concerns me. You know, I also feel like Kristen's done due diligence working with the state regulators to come up with a plan. And in terms of my own personal knowledge, you're beyond what I can weigh in with in terms of the knowledge base that I have, and I'm feeling pretty inadequate to be able to really legislate on something like this.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Did Kristen want to respond to Supervisor McGordy? Or I saw her hand go up.
Director.
I just wanted to also thank you for that. I also wanted to point out that it has not just been a conversation that I've been having with California Department of Fish and Wildlife. This has been an ongoing conversation that has included legal counsel from DFW, outside counsel with Abbott and Kinderman, and our county counsel. So we have had a robust set of brilliant minds on this issue, and have taken a lot of consideration of different approaches. So I don't want to be personally responsible for this pathway. It is has been a group effort, and we've had a lot of legal review on it.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. You know, I know that the department is trying to work with industry stakeholders as much as possible. You know, I think characterizing any kind of changes that need to happen with the program as nefarious is inappropriate. You know, regulations change. We're finding out more every day, things that need to be different, and to make them more efficient. And certainly we have applicants in our cannabis program that have far more challenges than others. And my concern continues to be that we are holding up the process of applicants that don't have challenging properties and don't have challenging sites. And I would like to be able to move forward with this today, and then maybe it needs to be worked out through the appeal process or the appeal conversation about what happens to those individuals that are unable to meet the requirements that are in item number 3. And then we go from there, because that seems to be, I guess, the question that the majority of the callers were calling in about. And is that possible to be able to move forward and then come back later to those applicants that this didn't work for and try to figure out a process that may or may not work for them?
McGordy.
Well, Supervisor Mulheron brings up a really good point, is that we'd like to be expedient and get our as many applicants through the process as possible, as quickly as possible. If there are issues that require further consultation, further thoughtfulness to come up with a plan, it's often like how I do projects. I do the easy stuff first and then hold on to the really tough stuff later, and start it fresh. And I just wonder if that's not a good option, if that's something that we could do, as opposed to holding everything up while we work out all the last teeny tiny details that make everybody get through the process more or less synchronized. Feedback from you, Kristen, would really be appreciated.
It is the opinion of the department that the simplest path forward for remedying the concerns about the contiguous expansion affidavit is to split performance standard 3 into 2 performance standards, and then apply the contiguous expansion affidavit as an exemption to the performance standard that would read project footprint has not expanded and is not proposed for expansion. So we at some point, staff at some point has to verify that the applicant or permit holder is compliant with all of the items in Exhibit A. We might as well do it, in our opinion, while we're conducting the application review. It's the most streamlined approach to conducting these performance standards review is when we have that application packet open in front of us and we're conducting the review of the application as a whole. So, and we really do, I mean, it is the goal of staff to streamline the review process and hopefully get as many applicants over the finish line as possible into annual permits and into state annual licenses. So we're really looking at this as a pathway forward to achieving that goal.
So under your scenario, everybody gets reviewed, and then there's some people who are going to require further work, correct? And would that be a time? So they're not going to get their permit immediately, correct?
If they require referral to DFW, that referral may take 30 days to come back from DFW. Sometimes the referrals that come back from DFW require additional inspection and or changes to the cultivation site. So based on what DFW's concerns are, a referral may add 30 or more days to the ability for the department to issue a permit. But it's part of the ordinance. It's what's written into the ordinance in the MMD. So I don't know how we would eliminate that in full.
Mm-hmm.
That's Jack.
I guess I'm still trying to figure this out about the 3B and that part about the grading, tree removal, or vegetation removal is not proposed nor has occurred beyond what existed on January 1st, 2016. And it just seems like that has to do with this vegetation modification issue that everyone's concerned about, up in arms about. And I don't see how that has anything to do with CDFW, because that's our ordinance thing. It's not the sensitive species and habitat review. So can you help me out with that?
Mr. Chair, I don't want to cut off Director Nev at all, but if I could speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, please.
I do want to be clear that we are talking about slightly different issues with respect to the sensitive species habitat removal versus the vegetation or tree removal. There were some policy choices on the tree removal side. Some of them were environmental mitigation measures. Some of those were, excuse me, some of those were simply policy choices by the board. There is essentially two different prongs here. One is that regardless of sensitive species habitat review, the board wanted to prohibit certain types of tree removal and restrict what could be done in context of the tree removal. And there was a particular date that was picked for tree removal that was different than the date for the CEQA baseline. The date that was picked for the tree removal was actually, I believe, while the development of the ordinance was ongoing, and the intent was to sort of put people on notice at that point that they should not be removing any trees for prospective cannabis gardens, and that we were going to treat it a little bit differently if it was before that. The date for the sensitive species habitat review, and I would say, I think, I haven't talked to Director Nev at all, but I think Ms. Nelson's point is well taken, that it doesn't necessarily need to be January 1st. It may be more appropriate to look at the date on the environmental document itself. That's really for determining what is and is not a significant environmental impact, and what is and is not a pre-existing condition for the purposes of, or pre-existing conditions, the wrong phrase, but baseline. It is or is not baseline for the purposes of the CEQA review. So these things are a bit different, and I think the question before you now is essentially, when there is this contiguous expansion, is that, when can you say that that is sufficiently within baseline to not require the sensitive species habitat review? And that's going to be a different question from the tree removal, because the review is just to see what the environmental impact is, and whether or not there is a significant environmental impact to the sensitive species habitat, whereas the tree removal issue may turn on completely different criteria, including whether or not it's a commercial species.
So, question for council. I was involved in this idea of making it easier for legacy cultivators to get through with contiguous expansion. Thought we were in line with our mitigated negative deck. At this point, does it matter if we're right? If we're relying on a state partner and they don't like the direction that we're going, eventually we could litigate it, but by then our applicants won't be licensed out of business, even if we're found to be right. Is that a win?
So I would say no, I don't think that is a win. And I think that is the reason this item's coming forward. And I think that's the reason, that's where the department's concerns are coming from. Quite frankly, I think that we're correct in that this, keeping the contiguous expansion within affidavit would be within the scope of the prior environmental mitigation measure. The problem is CDFW, if they don't like it, they get to essentially say they're not going to cooperate, or they get to say that they're going to try and torpedo the Appendix G if that sensitive species habitat review hasn't happened. And on top of that, the state may be asking the sensitive species habitat review to happen as part of Appendix G, even if it wasn't required as an environmental mitigation measure. Resolving that dispute could well take years, and quite frankly, we're on a footing where it would jeopardize. As I understand it, there's a real message here from the state that essentially it's going to jeopardize these applicants getting through, and potentially all of the applicants, not just the ones filling out the affidavit, would jeopardize them getting through if the county doesn't essentially accede to their demands.
So I don't like the recommended action today, but if we pause and we have stakeholder input, we have meetings, and we decide to go a direction contrary to where the state is trying to steer us, and the state says no, what have we gained?
Was that a rhetorical question, or were you?
Well, no, I just, can you clarify, because it seems like we're all over the place.
Yeah.
Is there, do you see room for negotiation with the state? And if not, why would we hold stakeholder meetings? It sounds like a checkmate.
Yeah, and I might look more to Ms. Nevedal or Mr. Kudrowski for their take on the state. But the message that I have received is that there was a statement that Supervisor Hashak had made to me, I think earlier in this process, was that there can be moments where we may be right, but ultimately the state, it's their game and we may have to play it. I think that what we're hearing from the department, what I'm hearing from the people who had the direct interaction, is that we're not seeing a lot of room for negotiation here. But I would defer to them.
Kristen, can you give us a firsthand account? Is the state willing to negotiate?
The state has expressed that they would like to ensure that applicants are reviewed for these performance standards. And I don't believe there's a heck of a lot of room to negotiate whether or not applicants are reviewed for the performance standards expressed in Exhibit A.
Supervisor Haschek.
Thank you. This is a issue. It's a kind of a dilemma with CDFW. And I tried to call CDFW to get their take on it directly. They didn't want to talk to me because of the politics or whatever of it. And I do think that CDFW, when we worked to get them to provide 2 biologists for the county to be contracted out, I think that was a really collaborative effort with them. I think it's really helped the process move along, and we don't want to jeopardize that risk with them. At the same time, knowing that the people have to, for the Appendix G to get to their annuals, they're going to have to sign off on these issues that the affidavit was going to cover. They're still going to have to do that. It seems like if what we need to do right now is just go along with what CDFW is saying, I guess that's the deal we have to make. And so I would propose going along with what the program is saying. We've got a lot of other issues that we need to deal with the cannabis program. And this is probably not one we need to really take on and fight over.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion on the floor. Any further discussion? Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah, maybe this for Kristen, maybe for Supervisor Hashtag. Do you still foresee a need to revisit an appeals process? I mean, I kind of gathered that in the end, there's going to be some people who are going to be looking for an appeals process. And so if there is issues to be worked out with an appeals process, I think that would be a good point because it hasn't been developed yet. To have a small stakeholder input that's got a good cross section of the community. Again, say MCA, 2 people there, 2 people from Willis Environmental Center. To me, it sounds like a good balanced group to give input to the department and then to the board. So we know that when we approve an appeals process, we've heard from a good cross section of the entire community.
So Supervisor Jordy, I think that might be covered in 4B later today. Am I wrong?
Well, if I could chime in, that I think that the appeals process is, we've been looking at the appeals process to deal with real portal issues. And I don't see this as a portal issue. Maybe we do need to have an appeal process for other issues, but this would be more of a CEQA issue. So.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Yeah, I'll wait until we get there, but there needs to be an appeals process for beyond just the portal. So it makes sense to me that this conversation would continue during the item for 4B.
Clerk, can you read back the motion?
I cannot. I need a clear restatement, please.
Well, I think the idea of the motion was that we would go along with what the MCP manager is or director is proposing in regards to CDFW and item 3 of the performance standards.
So would that be directing staff to adjust the sensitive species habitat review performance? Does the second agree?
Yes.
And director and council, does that work for you?
Yes.
Yes, no concerns.
Okay, clerk, let's conduct a vote.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy,
Yes.
and Chair Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, we had a break scheduled. Is staff looking for a break now?
Staff in chambers does not need one.
Okay, let's continue on then. We're on to agenda item 4A. This is regarding changes to 10A17 and related taxation, sponsored by Supervisor Haschek.
Thank you, Chair. This has to do with fallowing, and really we're trying to figure out a way that people can fallow, in this time of economic downturn for the cannabis community, drought, and many other issues that come along that farmers go through that people might want to fallow. So the 3 big issues that have to be dealt with are right now the fallowing ordinance in the ordinance says only 1 year out of 5, and people want to do more than that. It says that you can't have any activity going on, and people have product that they haven't been able to sell, and so we need to well, the recommendation is to allow that, and following state and county guidelines. And the third is to keep the genetics and to be able to carry over their genetics for the following or whenever they come out of the fallowing. So the recommendation is to have staff look at 10A17.080 and 10A17.090 and or the tax ordinance chapter 6.32 and see what the best way to move forward with those allowances would be.
Director Nevital.
Yeah, thank you. Just a few points of clarification. So the ordinance was amended to provide a non-cultivation opportunity for permit holders specifically. That non-cultivation opportunity is called non-cultivation. We have a form on our website, and it allows permit holders to file for non-cultivation instead of renewing their license. And in doing so, it provides a tax exemption for either the year that they are non-operational or the following year, depending on which the permit holder selects. Now, they are required, as Supervisor Haschak mentioned, to liquidate all cannabis material and cannabis products on their site. Largely, I believe, because if you are conducting sales, right, you would be creating a taxable event under the county's cannabis business tax code. And since they are no longer cultivating and they're non-operational for that year, the local authorization is retracted. Now, there's a similar program for applicants called Notice of Application Stay that allows applicants to file a Notice of Application Stay to take a year off from their application and from cultivating. And it's a filing that can be utilized to hold off, say, a denial. So if they know that they have an incomplete application, as an example, and that they may be denied for not completing that application, they could file a Notice of Application Stay, providing them 12 months while they are non-operational to get together the materials, perhaps to complete that application, so that when they come off of Notice of Application Stay, they have a complete application to be processed. The Notice of Application Stay does not have a tax, it still has tax liability associated with it. So the only way to get out of the taxes for the year that you're on Notice of Application Stay would be to file an appeal. So those are the two programs that were developed based on what is in Chapter 10A17. But I think it's really important for the public and everyone to understand, or for the note to be said, that applicants, there's nothing that prevents an applicant or a permit holder from voluntarily not planting a portion or 100% of their cultivation area. So an applicant is not required to notify the department that they are choosing not to plant their flower production area. Or the applicant is also not required to notify the department that they're only going to plant 50% of their area. And the same is true for a permit holder. Permit holders are not required to notify the department that they are not planting their area, or that they're only planting a portion of their cultivation area. And if it is the desire of applicants and permit holders to be able to maintain activities such as drying, curing, trimming, packaging, and sales, the department believes they should still be in the regulatory system that the county has, and they also need to maintain a state license so that they can have access to metrics, so that those sales that are conducted within the legal supply chain. So in our conversation with stakeholders and the ad hoc, it does seem like there are some concerns from the community about taking a year off of producing more flower and being subject to the true-up amount. So that's why there's some conversation or reference to the tax code in today's item.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Is it possible through our ordinance to delay payment for those that are not cultivating, or for those, like, they still need to cultivate, they still need to sell the product that they have on hand, but maybe they also have permits or other obviously business related expenses that they need to pay? So could the county, because we are our own entity and just specifically for our tax, delay payment?
I'm not certain if that question was for myself or for Director Nevedal. What I'd say is that it may be possible to structure the ordinance in such a way that you would have room for tax payment plans or other sorts of mechanisms to address that. I don't recall off the top of my head how much of that may already be in there. But conceptually, there may be a way where you could make amendments to make allowances for that, or possibly have mechanisms to waive late fees or penalties in certain circumstances. And if I may just go in just a little bit more, one of the things that I want to make sure that the board is aware of is that some of the initial proposals and discussions that had come in from the community were about essentially having an exemption from licensing or a separate license type with respect to fallowing. And my suggestion is that you look at this in a way that really focuses on what is going to be efficient and what is going to be workable on the county side. And if the only goal, or if really the vast majority of what you're trying to accomplish is just tax relief, I believe that you could do an amendment to the tax ordinance and have some sort of mechanism there to afford tax relief, or otherwise address it on that side, rather than requiring the program to develop a new license type, new set of rules, or address some inspection issues with related to people being temporarily outside of the program. Generally speaking, from a regulatory standpoint, the more complex you make it, the more difficult it is to administer. And then additionally, I think there's a lot of determinations that would need to be made as to what's the best way to administer something like that, that may be taking a lot of staff time, particularly from the program, and possibly pulling people away from processing permits while you're doing that. So I would really encourage the board to think a little bit about what is it that you want to accomplish. And then if you'd like, I'm certainly happy to work with the department on coming back with some options for how you might be able to do that.
Supervisor Haschek.
Well, thank you, County Council, for that. I think that that's exactly what we're trying to do. We're trying to make it as easy as possible. The minimum tax is certainly a problem for people, especially if they decide they don't want to cultivate, and yet they do have product that they have to move, and they want to keep their genetics. Those are the issues we're trying to deal with, that people can have this tax relief and at the same time keep their permits alive at the county and state level. And so if it's done best through this tax ordinance chapter 6.32, then let's do it.
Supervisor Jordy.
I think if someone's in the county's permit program, I think the county needs to assure the public that the site is going through the same inspection process that it promised the public it would have. So I think this is a better course that I'm hearing, is that that we're looking at postponement of the tax or some reduction in the tax when they are fouling, but there's still verification by the county that no new cultivation is taking place, and that there's still that inspection process.
Does the department have the resources to work on this now? I want to be supportive of Supervisor Haschek and the proposal. I think there is a need for these changes, but I don't want to slow down processing of permits and licenses for cultivators who are stuck in our queue. What do you recommend?
Thank you for that. The department doesn't necessarily have a lot of bearing or any authority over the tax code, but we are more than happy to spend some time working with county council and providing guidance perhaps on how to proceed with reducing the tax burden for those folks who follow. And I think we probably could make for a fairly simple process as far as filing that following with us, and then us sharing that information with TTC.
Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah, and just when the department's working with the county council on this, maybe involved the budget team, just ideally there'd be a way to pay for this county service, even if there's a reduction in revenues coming in from the applicants from the state funds. Because again, we're trying to ensure the integrity of the program, the monitoring that's going on, even if the revenues for that monitoring are not coming in from the applicants, from the permit holders.
County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to clarify, there will also be a role for the treasurer tax collector. The tax collection function is on that office right now. I think we'd need to work with them. I think part of the discussion that needs to happen is to what degree the goal here is simply the tax relief versus what degree there may be other regulatory goals that you're looking to accomplish. And if it is just the tax relief, my recommendation is just to focus on the tax ordinance side and avoid putting too much on the MCP program. Just in terms of efficiency of resources, I think it's going to be more effective to focus just on that issue than to try and create a new license type.
Should we go to public comment? Clerk, do we have anyone wishing to speak?
We do. First on the line is Hannah Nelson, followed by Ron Edwards, Michael Katz, Blair Leclerc, Monique Ramirez, Corinne Powell, Lauren Mendelson, and one voicemail.
Good morning, Hannah Nelson on item 4A. I appreciate the practicality being suggested by County Council to focus only on tax relief. And I haven't had an opportunity to thoroughly examine whether or not that would in fact cover all of the issues. I think that keeping the permit or application in place and having that relief would be helpful. I am concerned that the type of relief that would be most effective may or may not be allowed by board direction or passage of a new ordinance rather than being put to the voters. So I think that there are some concerns there. I do believe that a new ordinance can be passed to address some relief in some ways, but the question is whether it would be sufficient without voter approval on the issues that are really most applicable. And to Supervisor Mulholland's point, I think that simply a delay in payment would not necessarily be helpful because the issue is whether or not the minimum charged for the tax is based on the application amount versus what is actually grown. And this, of course, gets back to the issue of the voter initiative, voter approval for any change that would go back to just go to a straight gross receipts, which then would solve the entire problem. Thank you.
Next on the line is Ron Edwards.
Thank you, Board. Ron Edwards. I think one of the things we need to do is really look into things that trigger. If you keep it just a tax issue, but yet still notify the state that the cultivator is not in good standing, does not allow them to sell their product. And if they do have product from 2021 and want to fallow in 2022, that was business activity that was based in 2021. So it would be really simple just to finish out that 2021 business year with the sale of that product. And right now it's very difficult to have product sell. Hopefully that becomes better. I think you really need to look into the preservation of genetics. It sounds simple, but it is a complex issue. And I hope that the appropriate time and input is taken on this. And for example, it should be non-commercial activity. In other words, that you cannot flower for sale. And this also should be scaled to the size of the permit, whereas a 2,500 square foot garden will need less space to maintain genetics than a 10,000 square foot. So one blanket size would not work on that. Also, they're going to need lighting for this, because when the days are shorter, you're going to need the supplemental light to keep those genetics staying in the veg state. So these are really important issues. It sounds nice that there's just a quick little fix, but we want to make sure we cover these areas so we don't keep coming back to it. The other thing that was mentioned was the notice of application stay, where that again just favors somebody who's already been through it, but somebody who is struggling and seeing that, you know, hey, this isn't going to work. Somebody who's actually taken the time to put a business plan together is looking at it and might say, hey, this year is not going to work. The market forces aren't looking better for the next year. So they really should be able to do that. And I think that if someone is already done a renewal, that part of that renewal should be able to be held over for when they do go back into full operation so that they don't lose the money on that. Thank you.
Next on the line is Michael Katz.
Good morning, Supervisors. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I want to thank Supervisor Haschak for bringing this item forward, and I want to, reinforce the idea that this item is about relief. when we're talking about all of the challenges that are facing the cannabis community, which you are all familiar, between the market crash and the licensing hurdles and all the costs and the challenges that we're discussing today. How can we provide relief for folks who are not able to cultivate for any number of reasons, whether it be drought, family issues, etc. For tax relief specifically, we've previously identified and recommended what can be done without an initiative, which is reduce the cannabis minimum tax for operators based on the canopy that they are cultivating as opposed to their permit size. So for example, if someone has been cultivating 10,000 square feet, but they have a permit for that, but they're only cultivating 5,000 square feet, that can be shifted right now without a voter initiative. And so that's something that we certainly recommend to be done, even outside of the conversation of fallowing. But related to fallowing itself, the current programs are a death sentence for operators due to their loss of local authorization. So I think it's important to note that, yes, there is a program, but this program requires that those operators lose their line into the state licensure, which means due to state deadlines, they would never have an opportunity to come back in under a provisional. And so I just, the existing program is not sufficient. So the question of whether or not there can be this quick fix is definitely a desirable conversation to have. And I would request that the meeting that was discussed between county council and the cannabis program and potentially the tax collector include stakeholders from the community. I want to reiterate the importance of that. And going back to the last item that was discussed, when it wound up after conversation coming out that the cannabis program has been having conversations with CDFW and county council, and all of these things have been thoroughly conversated about. The community is completely unaware of those conversations. So of course we come to an agenda item like that with no understanding of the behind the scenes conversations, and we react because that's what we have to react to, is what is put out or what is not put out. So the earlier we can be engaged in this conversation with the cannabis program and the county council's office and provide that on the ground experience and input, the more likely it is that we can come to solutions that do not result in this type of one side versus the other, but one that's based on shared knowledge and information, so we can all provide the best input to come to the best solution for everyone. I can't stress that enough. I sincerely do not know why that is not happening on a more regular basis, and I really encourage the board to ensure that it does. Thank you very much.
On the line is Blair Claire, followed by Monique Ramirez, Corinne Powell, and Lauren Mendelson.
Hello. Yeah, I just wanted to say that it's imperative that whatever happens, that both applicants and permit holders are able to have tax relief if they have to make the decision that they can't cultivate, or also at least agree with the statement that the minimum tax should be based upon how much cultivation is actually happening on the property, as opposed to just a flat cultivation rate right now. I do believe, like, I also wanted to say that I do appreciate the fact that we're trying to really have a dialogue here and be able to be a part of the conversation and ideas and decisions, because we are being affected daily and have to live with the consequences or decisions that are being made today and other days of the meeting in our daily functioning of our businesses. And I truly do appreciate the Friday meetings that have been happening weekly, but also it's still not really a dialogue. It's still more of, I believe there's a lot of importance to be gained by MCP and other folks listening to all the factors and issues that are going on with cultivators, and it's a great space to have and be able to hear perspectives from different people. But as far as like as creating regulations and dealing with the day-to-day of the consequences, I really hope that as we move along, and I really appreciate Jurdy's recommendation of bringing stakeholders like MCA, who, we have many, many people who we're getting input from in order to figure out our ideas too. And it's just important that we really try to make the best well-rounded decisions from the stakeholders who are dealing with these consequences day to day. Thank you so much.
On the line is Monique Ramirez, followed by Corinne Powell and Lauren Mendelson.
Monique Ramirez, District 3, representing the Covelo Cannabis Advocacy Group. We totally support a fallowing program. We think it's really important and necessary, so we really appreciate the ad hoc for bringing this item forward for your discussion. However, we do not think that just 1 year out of 5 is sufficient, especially because there's so many different reasons, especially given the current landscape we're dealing with in our industry, that somebody may need to fallow for more than a year. So really wishing to see a little bit more flexibility there. And also really looking at that for people that are in resource lands, because if they decide to take a year, if they need to take more than a year off and aren't able to do that, then they have to shut down their business forever, because the way the ordinance is written, those in resource lands do not have an opportunity to reapply under phase 3 or anything like that. So it's really important to create this flexibility. I think that that's normal in other agriculture, and just in business in general. If you can afford to keep your doors closed to weather the storm, then we should allow that opportunity for people. And then regarding the taxes, absolutely, people need to have tax relief. It makes no sense to pay tax if they're prohibited from growing any cannabis, whether they're an embossed receipt holder or they were issued a permit. So we need to make sure that that is figured out. And I understand that it's complicated, especially with the way our taxes are set up. And also when people are renewing, it's not like we all renew at the same time. And we all have different types of growing styles too. So we have maybe, different amounts of cycles. So I understand and appreciate that there needs to be more deliberation on how we can make sure that there is tax relief and people aren't held to this burden unnecessarily, and at the same time make it feasible for the tax collector to record everything, which may mean that we need to go back to the drawing board as a whole around the entire tax ordinance and relook at it, because it's mentioned before by a previous caller, like if we just had no minimum standards in place but really based on your gross sales, then that would alleviate all of these problems. Like you sell product, however much you sold, you pay the 2.5% of that number. And I really wish that we could get some support around that. And it might just take the community to be activated enough to put a new voter initiative on the ballot. But there's a lot of issues here. And at the end of the day, we do support a fallowing program and hope that before you close out on this discussion, you will talk about potentially adding more than 1 year to the allowance for that. Thank you so much.
On the line is Corinne Powell, followed by Lauren Mendelson.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak on yet another issue in this agenda. Corinne Powell. I totally support what Hannah has brought to the table, what MCA has brought to the table, what Mo has just discussed regarding taxation, regarding fallowing. And I want to add that part of the problem with our ordinance, and maybe Supervisor Jurdy will remember this, but nobody else was on the board at the time. When 10A17 was first adopted, and I don't recall the date back in 2017, but there was quite a robust conversation in the board chambers regarding the opportunity to take a year off And unfortunately, Supervisor Brown at the time made a comment that was just positively wrong. And she said that in agriculture, there's no time off, as if anybody who needed some relief and cessation of cultivation was asking for something totally unreasonable. Apparently, she did not remember the decades of federal subsidy to big ag to not grow, pay you to not grow. Aha, what a concept. Let's support those prices for ag, but not necessarily have any relief to the cannabis industry. There is no other ag product that is prevented from planting, not planting the way we are addressing this for cannabis. So yes, much more needs to be done to make a reasonable approach to what happens in the cannabis industry if for some reason you're not growing. For example, the local jurisdiction grants that we hope to apply for may give us opportunities to adjust and complete work required. The grant may not be enough. Every effort from a farmer may be required to install that pond, build that new building, and there wouldn't be, I'm sorry, an hour left in the day to farm on some of the projects required. So we need to address this in greater depth. Please do not just, again, continue to accept what is proposed as if it will solve our problem. We're not there yet. Thank you.
On the line is Lauren Mendelson, followed by a voicemail.
Hi there, Lauren Mendelson here, attorney representing a number of cannabis operators in Mendocino County and elsewhere. I just wanted to echo many of the comments made by other speakers in regards to the need for relief for this industry right now. Fallowing is an excellent concept. I support it. I also support allowing it for more than 1 year. Tax relief, as someone else mentioned, the number of other jurisdictions have moved in this direction. It really makes sense for Mendocino County to offer that as well as changing the tax structure so that the tax is based on production. I absolutely support that. Again, these are small businesses. They are struggling. They cannot access the resources that other types of businesses can access right now. So please, whatever can be done to help them out really is critical right now. They are the backbone of the Mendocino County community in many ways. So I do support that. Obviously, before any specific language is passed, I think that the public will need to see that. If there is some kind of an urgency ordinance or anything like that, we do want to actually see what is being proposed. I also want to make sure that we go back to item 3B. It seems like maybe we're going out of order, but that is regarding the local jurisdiction assistance grant program. That is very important. I certainly have something to say about that, as do many others. So thank you for your time on this issue.
Moving on to a voicemail.
Hello, my name is Brandon Parker from District 3 in Mendocino County off Bell Springs Road. I am calling for item 4A on the following agenda. I think it's important to retain our right as farmers to have the choice of what direction to go for our crops. For instance, vineyards will go all year long sucking clean water from the ground to then make grapes that will then dry and rot on the vine and fall back to the earth more poisonous than it was pulled out originally, therefore wasting water, wasting energy and time. We are asking to merely be allowed to run our business as such in times of need, whether it's market fluctuation, drought, etc. Thank you so much for your consideration on this matter, board, and thank you so much. Have a good day.
That concludes public comment for this item.
Supervisor Haschak.
Thank you, Chair. That last caller should have said that he was District 4. So, anyway, I think that some of the key issues that we're trying to resolve are extension of the timeline to increase it from 1 out of 5 to, whatever. I think that it just needs to be extended. Allowance for sales of product that hasn't been sold, and to maintain the genetics. And so we're trying to solve those problems. And I think that the recommended action is to direct County Council to work with the Mendocino Cannabis Program staff. And I think also with some of the stakeholders too, to adopt changes as needed to, the sections of the 10A17 ordinance or the tax ordinance chapter to make it happen. So
Supervisor Hatchek, I want to support you on this item. I think you brought up some important topics. It's very timely. I am a little bit concerned that it may be premature. I don't see a concrete proposal here. I'm afraid that if we simply direct County Council to work with the program to come back with the changes, those changes may not reflect where the community would like to take us. I guess I'm wondering whether you would feel content if the board were to support you today on the general concept, but allow you some time to work with stakeholders, town hall style or however you see fit, and then come back with those bullet points that we could have County Council perfect.
if I could respond to that.
Of course.
I think that the stakeholders have provided red line language for this. We didn't want to just bring it forward. We wanted to get the approval of the board to move in this direction. And so, there could be further dialogue between the groups, but really what we're looking for is direction on this. And before County Council spends more time, before MCP spends more time, let's find out if the board wants to go in this direction. And we do have red line language that would probably be, could be implemented quickly too. And we need to look at the tax structure.
Supervisor McGordy.
The following is a really important part of agricultural practices, particularly for annual crops. For perennial crops, we're kind of stuck, so like we're facing a year like this one with no water. So with perennial crop, we're still going to be paying taxes on our assessment of our vines in the ground. We may not get a crop. It's typically not our goal to let crops form and then not pick them. It does happen sometimes, and certainly they don't make anything toxic, as Mr. Parker suggested. They just are reabsorbed into the ecosystem and into the ground, and they also serve as food and for various creatures. So I really support the idea of fallowing, and I don't think we really should be really kind of left up to the grower. And the idea that you're restricted to doing it 1 out of 5 years is not necessarily a sound practice from an agronomic point of view. It may be more than that if you're into a situation where a disease shows up that we don't know about, particularly something that's soil borne. So that's an issue. It seems like most of the issue centers around what fees do you pay to keep your permits and licenses, plus what taxes do you pay, and that seems to be what we really need to address. I'd like to give people as much flexibility as possible. So let's suppose that they have product left over that they need to sell from a previous season. They can sell it, and then they just pay the taxes on what they sold. If they're maintaining genetics and they need to sell some of the propagation material to somebody who wants to buy it, they should be allowed to do that if necessary, so that they keep an income stream going. As a farmer, you want to be as diversified as possible what you got in terms of product to bring to the market, then it would just come down to you pay taxes accordingly, you know, and I think that it is a tax issue, and I don't think we need to get into having people submit growing plans and you know, sign up for special reports and things like that. I really like the idea that it's based on taxes, and that's why I think that that's a very sound approach to dealing with this. You know, there may be other things I'm not thinking about or aware of, but that's mostly from the county's point of view what we're concerned with. And this allows people to step out of the market when it's bad and come back in when it's good. And what we're really concerned about is that we're making sure that the property keeps their licenses and permits, but pays fairly on what they owe the county in terms of taxes, and that's the big issue.
Director Neville.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to say that there are good reasons to keep the notice of application stay program available to applicants, as well as the non-cultivation program available to permit holders. They do serve an important function for folks who may be facing a denial and need to actually non-opt their business for a year so that they can come up to speed with compliance requirements. And that the fallowing piece does not have to fit into either one of those packages, right, or those opportunities. So I think we can separate this. I would encourage the board to think about separating this out and not attaching it to changes to the notice of application stay or the non-cultivation. And I do agree with Supervisor McCourty that this is something that could be pretty simple declaration that perhaps could come forward from the farmer declaring what they're planting or what they're not planting, that then could be moved forward to the treasurer tax collector for a tax adjustment. And I would prefer if we make sure that we include the treasurer tax collector in any direction if the board chooses to go forward with addressing taxes in relationship to
Supervisor Mohern.
It seems as though the more urgent and expeditious way to handle this is the simple form and working with the treasurer tax collector for those that know that they don't need to cultivate. The larger conversation that we really need to have is this idea that's been brought up several times, knowing that we have a voter initiative that may or may not be able to be changed through another voter initiative. If there is an opportunity to review the way that that's set up and change between permit size versus actually cultivated size, I would like to know what those numbers look like. I would like to know if that's possible legally. And I would like to know what those numbers look like. We have a permitting process and permit fees that are an attempt to recover our costs for the department. So I'm not sure what that timeline could possibly look like, but that is something I am interested in knowing.
County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to speak to that, you do have the ability within the initiative to reduce the amount of taxes that you're collecting as long as you stay to the same basic structure. So if you were to either increase the taxes beyond the limits put forward in the ordinance, if you increase the taxes past limits in the ordinance, you would need to go to the voters. If you fundamentally change the scheme, so for example, if you make it so that it's no longer a gross receipts tax, that the tax is based on some other metric, then you'd also need to go back to the voters. But if you're just reducing, say, the minimum or defining certain circumstances in which the minimum would not apply, you can do that through an ordinance change that would be approved just by this board.
Supervisor Jordy.
I support the comments made by everyone else on the board. I just want to go back to the concept, since we're really focusing on a tax relief amendment to the program, that we're still talking about people who are in the permit program. And although they may not be paying the same fees for that permit in the years in which they fallow, we still need to maintain the integrity of the program and verify that in fact that is happening, and that's through verification by county. And I just along those lines, we do have a unique situation in which we have, I think it's like about $8 million or so from the state to help administer this program, at least for the foreseeable future. And I just want to make sure that staff is looking at how we fund that service of the county, which is to maintain the integrity of the program, verify what is said is in fact true, and not starve the program by waiving these fees. You know, if someone's in the program, you need to verify that they're doing what they're saying they're doing.
If I may respond.
Yes.
Yeah, there are a couple of different pieces here. So with applicants, the ordinance, first of all, the ordinance does require that cultivation sites be inspected on an annual basis and that nursery sites be inspected twice a year. As we're staffing up, we're getting back into inspections, and we have established a special inspection fee that would allow us to bill the applicant and or permit holder for those inspections. Applicants do not pay an annual fee other than their inspection fee, right, for conducting their operations. And then they have the taxes, but taxes are different from fees. The permit holders, anyone who has an annual permit, is subject to a renewal every 12 months. The cost for that renewal is $733 if they do not make changes to their license type or their size of license, right? So I would recommend, the department would recommend that we stick with those fees, but that we look at fallowing as a way for the applicant to declare what they are producing or not producing, and then have the true up potentially be adjusted or eliminated based on no production, and that we continue the regulatory process in the same way we currently are managing the regulatory process for applicants and or permit holders.
So as follow-up, Kristen, so there would be verification by the county that if, say, someone said they followed 75% of their last year's crop area, the county would be able to verify that that's the case.
I would prefer or recommend that if we're looking at a fallowing program, that the declaration would be made upfront and not in arrears, so to speak. So I think it would be more appropriate and easier from a regulatory perspective to track if the applicant or permit holder comes to the department, fills out the form and says, I'm allowed 10,000 square feet, but I'm only planting 2,000, and they do that before the planting season starts. It also would probably, and I can't speak for the treasurer tax collector's office, but it would probably be a little easier for them in their bookkeeping process. So I think the declaration should be made upfront as opposed to after the fact.
County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to respond to that a little bit more, I believe that it would be possible to have regulatory scheme where people would stay in the permit program. They would continue to maintain their existing permit type, but you would have some mechanism for them to voluntarily declare that they are not cultivating or not cultivating a certain area and obtain tax relief as a basis of that. And there are ways that you could essentially communicate that to the inspectors, so at the time that they're going out there, that they would know if they're seeing something beyond what's supposed to be there, they'd be able to flag that, and then there'd be an issue. You know, if that's the direction the board would like to go, you know, I'm happy to work with the department, the treasurer tax collector, and bring something back. And we probably will have a few. There'll probably be a few decision points in there where the board will need to give us some direction on some specifics, but when I talk about handling this on the tax side, I think that's the sort of thing that I'm envisioning, that rather than overhaul the permit requirements, rather than overhaul the non-cultivation program, we could simply have a mechanism by which someone declares their intent in advance to not cultivate, has that verified through their regular inspection process, and then has some form of tax relief in connection with that.
Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah, thank you, County Council, for that. I think that we do have agreement from the board about the direction we want to go. And so I am moving the recommended action. And I think that that will get us to, and we can work out those issues.
Second that.
So I have a question about that. What I just heard from county council, what I believe is significantly different than the recommended action.
How so?
County council, is your statement aligned with the recommended action?
I think there's a little bit of ambiguity that would be helpful to clarify. I would just like to know from this board whether the direction is to go with sort of the tax-based approach as I put forward, or whether the board is interested in at this point overhauling the permitting scheme. So essentially, to what extent do you want to be focusing on the tax relief versus other regulatory concerns? So I may ask, I don't know that's not necessarily unaligned with the recommended action. I do think it needs, I need some more clarification on what this board would like me to do.
Supervisor McGordy.
So I think you're right. I mean, in the recommended action, we talk about adopt changes to section 10A, 1780 and 90. Perhaps that's not necessary, and we're looking strictly at more at the tax code, chapter 6.32. Christian, can you clarify for me where you think the focus is?
Yeah, I believe what I'm proposing would be focused more on the tax side. That doesn't mean that there wouldn't be potentially changes in 10A 17, but what I just need is clarification. Is that the direction the board wants to go? And then in terms of the specific changes, I think we'll have to get, we're going to have to get under the hood a little bit more before we can tell you exactly where all of those changes will be.
So from my perspective, it's the tax code, but if it requires changes to 10A, 1780 and 90, you have, I think the board should give you the direction to look at that if it's necessary, if that becomes necessary.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Yeah, I think it's a both. So it does sound like reviewing the tax ordinance and any changes that might need to be made with 10A 17 as well.
Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah, I think that if we look at both, and the goal is to increase the number of years that a person could fallow, to allow sales during that time and to maintain genetics, that's the goal that we're looking for. So
County council.
And I'm just worried that it's going to create a little bit of confusion, because when we talk about increasing the number of years that people can fallow, I think we're talking about that's primarily focused on the non-cultivation program, which, as Director Nevidal was saying, you wouldn't need to touch necessarily. You wouldn't need to make an adjustment on the years that follow. As if you keep people in the permitting system, you essentially sidestep that issue if you just handle it as a tax relief issue. So I guess what I want to know is, does the board want sort of a tax first approach and then sidestep the other issues, or does the board want us to focus on changing the non-cultivation program, even if we could otherwise accomplish the goal through the tax relief through other means?
So I guess if we can address those other issues through the tax code or system, then that's fine, right?
Supervisor Mulhern.
I agree. Whatever is the most expeditious way to handle it. And it sounds like the tax method is going to be our quickest route. So let's go ahead and do that.
Is it possible for the ad hoc to meet with stakeholders in advance so that we don't have specific changes show up on an agenda and hear public comment that cultivators are not in favor?
Of course. I think we've already discussed this a lot, and we'll certainly work with them to try to convince them that we want to give them maximum flexibility, at the same time not create an undue regulatory burden on Kristen's department.
Supervisor Mulhern.
I would hope that the department could take a look at the red line version that was submitted for today's agenda item, see what may or may not work, or whichever items come forward. If it's helpful, if we're able to know in advance of the meeting with items that are submitted, if there are reasons why we can't do the things that are being requested.
Director Nivedal.
Yeah, and just a point of clarification, the department has reviewed the red line that was submitted with county council and with the ad hoc. We've also had a meeting with the ad hoc and stakeholders on this topic. And then thirdly, we held our first Friday public meeting was on this topic. So there has been fairly robust, in my opinion, stakeholder interaction on this topic.
Is there a reason that red line wasn't attached to this item? Does it indicate that we don't support those changes, or is it just an oversight?
The red line that came forward proposes, if we're talking about the same document, the red line from Hannah Nelson proposes the new license type. And in the discussions we've had, we think there's an easier mechanism to accomplishing the needs of the stakeholders, and that is through the tax code and having a pretty simple filing or declaration of what you're producing, so we could potentially adjust the tax base.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I just echo that comment. If we're talking about the same document, my concern is that the focus was on a licensing structure, which would have the burdens for the agency. Whereas I think it would be a lot easier if the only goal is to get the tax relief, to make the program operate on the tax side.
County Council, did you get your question answered, or do you need the board to clarify through the motion?
It would help if it would be clarified through the motion. I think what I'm hearing is that the board would prefer the tax first approach with any changes necessary to accommodate that, but not necessarily focusing on licensing type first.
Would the maker of the motion like to restate?
Yeah, I'll restate it just like how county council said it.
And does the second agree?
Absolutely.
I think we're ready to vote.
Point of clarification, just to make sure I've got it captured correctly, I currently have the recommended action and then a potential directive to direct the ad hoc to meet with stakeholders in advance of the item returning before the full Board of Supervisors.
County Council, would you like to repeat your clause?
Yes, so I believe it was the motion was the recommended action with direction to County Council to focus on the tax first approach rather than licensing change first approach.
The maker and the second agree?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Chair Williams?
Yes.
And Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Before we take a 10-minute break, I think we have 2 callers for public expression that had technical difficulty this morning. I want to let them in.
Yes, so the 2 callers are Marnie Berger and Brandon Parker. First, we'll be bringing in Marnie. Marnie, you can unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Hello? Okay. So regarding the cannabis program, every single farmer that's in the Mendocino County Cannabis Program should be getting a permit no matter what. They deserve it. Phase 1 was created to get farmers permitted. Some people refrained from applying because they wanted to see how the county was going to handle the program. Others applied with the expectation that they would receive a permit. The county staff was initially helpful in getting embossed receipts to applicants. But then the big rollout of red tape and the county delayed and created obstacles and moving goalposts constantly while taking tax revenue from applicants. Now, the farmers that applied feel duped. Legacy operators deserve to be grandfathered in and receive a permit for doing the right thing by applying. The obstacles created by the county after the fact show a disingenuous attempt at permitting legacy operators. Instead of getting people with pre-existing operations permitted, you have made it practically impossible to get permitted, threatening the livelihoods of small farmers, families, and county landholders. Cannabis is woven into the financial success or decline of small towns and communities. The county should be doing everything it can to get applicants approved. The cannabis program has taken a new course of denying applicants and creating ways to not permit applicants, when the cannabis program should be doing everything it can to approve legacy applicants. What affects one legacy grower affects all legacy growers. And regarding nursery licenses, since the beginning, the BOS has said at many meetings that there shouldn't be a problem removing the county's arbitrary 10-acre requirement for a nursery license. This negatively affects the livelihood of breeders. Farmers should be able to make their own seeds and sell their genetics. And regarding research and development, plants shouldn't be part of the total canopy calculation. The R&D plant may be an ounce or a pound, and these are too small of a batch size to go to market. This should be separate from the total canopy, and the total canopy should only include flowers going to market. Thank you.
Now on the line is Brandon Parker.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hello, my name is Brandon Parker. Come to find out, I'm from the 4th District, Mendocino County, and I'm new to this situation. All Mendocino growers experience northern latitude climate and are subject to harsher weather. Most growers in Mendocino County shut down for up to half the year. And fire business back up, it's imperative that we're allowed to either catch up with sales or market fluctuation when needed, and when climate warms up, fire it back to life. Some seasons you might be overproducing. As a longtime genetic breeder, 4th generation in Mendocino County, a permit holder applicant, I felt necessary to discuss the outline for our genetic preservation and when a following situation might happen. Thank you for such your timeline, hearing my view and issue at hand. Genetics are the backbone of cannabis, and no product or plant can be grown without them. I myself have built brands and legacy off breeding varieties being fully organic and using no poisons or pesticides on my flowers. Cannabis that are not found anywhere else on earth, and the importance of genetics and cannabis are unparalleled. Please listen to the recommendations with open hearts and ears as we Mendocino County operators continue to push for fair treatment that you, the board, and time for consideration. Thank you so much.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you, Atlas. We're coming up on what was scheduled as a lunch break. We have a few items remaining. Does the board want to take a lunch, or would we rather take a 10-minute break and try to get through the remaining items?
10-minute break.
Any disagreement? And does that work for staff?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, so let's take a 10-minute break, be back at 12:05.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders.
For ourselves.
For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
Item 4B, and this is related to an appeals process for a cannabis application denial sponsored by Supervisors Haschek and Bogordi. Supervisor Haschek, would you like to introduce?
Sure. Well, we have this portal process, and as you've all been aware, there are certainly people who feel like the portal has technical problems, that there are problems with consultants, that there's a myriad of problems out there with the portal process. And so, the ad hoc is recommending that there be an appeal process, because if we don't have an appeal process, if people don't feel like their due process rights are being adhered to, then we are going to have many, many lawsuits against the county. And so we're recommending that that an appeal process be created for these applications, and that the two critical issues that we should be, if we go in the direction of an appeal process, that we need to decide if a fee should be charged for full cost recovery of the cost of the appeal, and should cultivation be permitted to continue while the appeal is being processed. So maybe Supervisor McGordy has something to add to that.
Well, yeah, again, we don't want to drag this on forever and ever, but if there's something that there's evidence that hasn't been understood or considered in the application, that's our, we want to be sure that we're really, really clear. I think our vetting process is pretty thorough, but again, we're really concerned about not having a lot of lawsuits that might be handled at a much lower level, and we want to be sure that if there is an issue, that it's not because there was a mistake in interpreting information submitted.
And is the ad hoc asking for board support on cost recovery, or do you have an alternate funding idea?
So go ahead, John.
Well, for cost recovery, yeah, we think that there should be cost recovery.
Not seeing any hands. Director Neville.
Just a question, requesting point of clarification. So the lead into this item, Supervisor Haschek discussed the portal. Are we talking about an appeals process for just a segment of applicants, or are we talking about an appeals process for denials in general? I'm a little confused.
Well, I think that we discussed earlier, there's probably going to be a need for an appeal process for denials in general.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I do believe that there is going to be a need for an appeal process for denials in general. I support cost recovery. I think it depends on the reason for denial, whether or not we would want somebody to continue cultivating. So that question, I might need more information on whether or not that's a good idea or not.
And I also support the recommended action. So there's more than a majority. Hopefully that'll reduce the need for public comment on this item. Supervisor McGordy.
Well, you bring up a good point. I mean, if someone has 30,000 square feet under cultivation and our limit's 10,000, obviously there's really not much to appeal there. On the other hand, if there's some discrepancy in interpretation of setbacks or tree removal or something that hasn't been made clear in the application, we would like people to have a chance to have that addressed. And rather than see it turn into a lawsuit, if we can handle it administratively, that'd be great. I do kind of have a question though, because this has come up before. Christian, what's our limitations in terms of appeals on this, given the nature of the ordinance?
If I may respond to the chair. So I don't, you certainly have the ability to amend the ordinance to go ahead and create an additional appeal and review process. As it stands right now, this is a ministerial permit, so there shouldn't really be a discretionary. Well, I should clarify. There may be a little bit of judgment made in determining the sufficiency of evidence that is provided as to underlying facts. But generally speaking, we're not looking at discretionary type decisions like you would have in the land use context, where they're saying, yes, we think it's a good fit. No, we think it's not a good fit. It's not rulemaking. It's not setting conditions. So the existing mechanism is that if someone believes that the department made a mistake, they can go to the court and they can petition for a writ of mandate. What this proposal would do would be to put in a layer of administrative review that hopefully would be less costly than any sort of litigation, and that's sort of the trade-off, is that we're looking at the cost benefit there, but it has something that would allow for the determination to be reviewed, subject to an internal appeal and review process, and to potentially have a determination reversed if it is in fact determined that there was an error in the application process. So it's not going to create the ability to go ahead, and I think this is where you're going with the questions. It's not going to create the ability to go ahead and rewrite the ordinance or impose new conditions or otherwise make modifications here. It's really just going to be review of the evidence, of the interpretation of the ordinance and of the application to see if they're sufficient and if they meet the criteria.
As check.
Well, it sounds like we have agreement that there should be full cost recovery for the process. It's the second part is, should cultivation be permitted to continue while the appeal is going on? And one thing that we're concerned about is, this gray area. And our cannabis program has dealt with gray area a lot. And I think the recommendation from the ad hoc is to not allow cultivation during the appeal process. So if you're denied until you win an appeal.
And Supervisor, well, whoever makes the motion today, can we get that included so that staff has clear direction? It's not in the recommended action.
Yeah.
Do we have public comment on this item?
Yes, we do. First in the line is Julia Carrera, followed by Hannah Nelson, Ron Edwards, Michael Katz, Blair Claire, Monique Ramirez, Chantel Simon-Putier, and Lauren Mendelson. Julia is no longer on the line. We'll move on to Hannah.
Good afternoon, Hannah Nelson. I want to remind the board that it is not just the portal people who might have appeals. Lots of people who were in good standing and were not subject to the portal process, as well as people who are now taken out of the portal process due to vegetation modification letters. So please definitely support the inclusion of appeals for anyone who is denied. I think for me, the critical issues are the time for appeal, the number of days before one has to file an appeal, and I would urge the board to consider a broader time frame because the issues might be complicated and for example, the 5 days or whatever it is in the nuisance provision may not be sufficient to really adequately go over and understand the issues for filing an appeal by those who might aid somebody. And then there are other procedural due process issues that I hope are baked into the appeal in a way that is a little bit more broad and favorable to the appellants, particularly if there is going to be full cost recovery, since these are complex issues, including the issues that are dealt with as a basis for the appeal, including the levels of evidence required and interpretations and whatnot. With respect to the fee, I think that one critical issue is whether or not there would be a lower fee to at least file the appeal, and then or no fee, and then cost recovery if one loses. But I think that if one wins, then it points to perhaps some deficiencies or fatalities in the process that perhaps after 5 years, the county should bear some responsibility in. Additional, with respect to continuing cultivation, again, these are people who have been allowed to continue to cultivate for many years, and perhaps the program or the county can use the nuisance process if there's a particular issue to abate that is of concern while the appeal is pending. Many of these small farmers would be completely just put out of business and never able to recover if they were, particularly with the timing now, required to pull everything and stop cultivating at that time. So I hope you consider these issues, and thank you very much for finally looking at an appeals process.
On the line is Ron Edwards, followed by Michael Katz.
Yes, good afternoon, board. Yeah, Hannah brought up some great points. And, when it comes to not cultivating during the appeals process, if it is due to a vegetation, you couldn't get someone out there, we still haven't settled that issue yet. So yes, I totally agree with Supervisor Brigordi that if you are cultivating 30,000 square feet and you should only have 10,000 square feet, you should be remediated down to that 10,000 square feet, or, you need to have tiers of whether someone can continue cultivation or not, just not a blanket rule, because like I said, that does affect someone who may be in dispute with the vegetation removal. So please make it broader, not narrower. Thank you.
On the line is Michael Katz, followed by Blair Eclair.
Good afternoon, board. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I'd like to draw your attention to the existing procedure for how an annual permit holder is informed and the process that they then undertake to go through what we are calling here an appeal. This already exists in Chapter 10A17. I'm not sure if any of you had the opportunity to review that prior to this meeting, but when the department intends to stop a permit, to terminate one, they send out a notice to the permittee to let them know that that is what the intention is. And then that is when the permittee has the opportunity to put together what Hannah was referring to, their appeal. So this is not, a permit has been denied and then they're gone. What we want to see is a similar process where someone is informed that there is an intention to terminate. So, the innocent until proven guilty component of our jurisprudence if there is an intention to terminate, especially considering all the confusion that has been happening around the various policies and procedures from within the program, I think it's essential that we provide that flexibility, not just for cultivators, also for genetics, to just tell someone, okay, you have to stop cultivating today if there are genetics that they are trying to maintain. Then that destroys generations of heritage and culture. And so just want to point to that component. So I sincerely suggest that during this process that's implemented, folks who are being questioned in this way are able to continue their process and not just be basically denied the opportunity to protect or maintain their livelihood in the event that they are found, their appeal is granted. I mean, to just stop cultivating for potentially months could kill crops. It could, and then if they're found innocent, what happens to all of that lost revenue? I think it's a terrible suggestion, and I certainly hope that it's not implemented. I definitely globally believe that there should be this broader approach to supporting folks through this appeal process. And we are, again, trying to figure out how to keep people in compliance. The more people who stay in compliance, the more environmental protections there are, the more community protections there are. So trying to take a wide swath of people out of the program is definitely not desirable for many levels. So I sincerely request that you evaluate this and work with stakeholders on the most conducive appeals process to address these issues. Thank you.
Michael, before you go, are you referencing the 10A17 revocation process?
I'm referencing the appeal section 10A17-140, violations and penalties, and then
that's not related to denial, as I understand. That's related to revocation. And I think what we're talking about is an appeals process for denials.
Well, this is if a notice to terminate a permit for an annual permit holder. And so what we're talking about is to create a similar process for permit applicants, the people who are embossed receipt holders. This process already exists for.
Yeah, I think this might be apples and oranges. I think where it's revocation versus denial. County Council, can you weigh in just to guide us?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So I do think we're talking about different things. So there's certain due process rights that attach once a permit has been awarded, and there's a potential determination that someone is in violation of terms and is losing an entitlement that they have gained. The law generally looks at things quite differently when you're applying for some sort of entitlement in the first instance. I think the complication here is that even though the ordinance never explicitly authorized cultivation during the application period, the phase one cultivators have been sort of, any enforcement has been deprioritized, if you will, in terms of their cultivation during the application period. So you're going to have a number of policy concerns. I understand you've got to weigh and balance. The risks of allowing cultivation during the appeal versus the risks of not allowing it. I do know there's some potential, essentially, if you do allow the continued cultivation during an appeal, is that someone who submitted an application that never should have been approved and never was going to be approved would have essentially an automatic entitlement during the appeal period to continue to cultivate, despite the fact that they were never in compliance with whatever the environmental requirements were from the outset. So you've got to weigh that against the risk that someone who was improperly denied has to stop cultivating for a while and then has their right restored later on.
Next on the line is Blair Claire, followed by Monique Ramirez and Chantel Simon-Pitier.
Hi, board. This is Blair Claire. Thank you for your time. I would first like to say also thank you for hearing this appeals issue. I think it's going to be extremely important. The hearing you say that people will not be able to cultivate if they've been denied is a huge concern to me. Cannabis is a seasonal business. Cultivators who are doing indoor or doing mixed light might have a little bit more flexibility, but this could really be a if for just 100% outdoor growers, which I think a majority of our county has. What I'm not sure, I'm not positive, but I know many cultivators who are just outdoor cultivators. Um, if they can't plant and start seeds within a certain period of time, that's basically it for the whole year. So we're talking about potentially if a cultivator is found for some reason by the county that they need to revoke their permit and they're not able to cultivate, and if that finding is incorrect, you're potentially not enabling them to have any income for the entire year. And so I think that we need to really be careful within this specific kind of agricultural circumstance, that may not be the appropriate way to handle this situation. I think that pretty much is all I have to say now, and that just also knowing and understanding that things have changed so many times with the understanding of how the program is run and what qualifications are needed. I think it's also important to take that into consideration, that perhaps because somebody may or may not be found to have something that would revoke their license, it's a possibility that there is a mistake done by the county, and we need to ensure, like what Michael said, that folks are considered innocent until proven guilty.
Next on the line is Monique Ramirez, followed by Chantel.
Hello, Monique Ramirez for the Covelo Cannabis Advocacy Group in District 3. We do support an appeal process for applicants, especially for those that are going to be denied in error during the portal submission process. However, we do feel that if an applicant is in fact uh, should in fact receive their permit because this was done in error, that they should not have to pay the appeal fees. We understand cost recovery needs to happen, but if it was done in error, why should this be bared on the applicant? So if that can be amended, that would be wonderful. And also just to speak to the whole issue of not allowing an applicant to move forward while their appeal is underway. I think Blair really outlined it pretty well about how it works for planting, and depending on the time of your notification that you have to stop, if it's in error, they might not be able to recover from that and get back on their feet within that growing cycle. So there needs to be a mechanism in place to allow these people to just continue forward, especially when we look at embossed receipt holders. When they turned in their application, they were granted permission to cultivate until their application was deemed complete or denied. But now that we're going to create this an appeal process, we really should let that applicant ride the wave all the way to the very end of the road. And then at that final stage, yes, you did not meet the qualifications, then you must stop. But what a tragedy if they did have to take that extra step to prove, no, I'm doing this right, and there was a technical error with the portal, maybe not uploading their document correctly, and there's just so many weird little things that could be so minor in the end that don't really merit giving somebody a disqualification to cultivate. That needs to be considered. So I really liked also what Ron Edwards had said about that earlier, and looking at it more from a case by case situation, especially for technicalities. So hopefully you guys can re-amend your motion to approve this recommendation today based on this feedback by many of our constituency in Mendocino County. Thank you so much.
Next on the line is Chantel, followed by Lauren.
Hello there.
Hello there. Can
Want to confirm that you can hear me?
We can hear you, but you would have to turn off one of your speakers if you're listening in on a computer or on your phone.
Great. How's that? I just shut down the Zoom. So now I'm going
Much
to set
better.
my own timer. Okay, great. Thanks for that little technical moment. Hello again, everybody. Thanks so much for listening to my commentary. I want to, thanks also, Atlas, for trying to pronounce my name. It's a good one. Just to zoom out, to reset before I go into the specifics of my comment, to plead to the board and the staff, especially the board and equally to the staff, to design an appeals process that is with success for participants in mind. That rather than designing it to a place of the bad actor or those that may be taking advantage of the system, to design it for those who have been the good actor perennially, but through the twists and turns of the program that we've participated in, would be given an opportunity to still succeed. So again, the request is to shift the framework from a place of limitation and fear and imposing consequence, including cost, to one that is most inclusive of those that have chosen to participate in this arduous process for the last many years. In the specific side, I'll just run through my points, but again, design it for the broadest scope of inclusion of those that can utilize the appeals process itself, those that are in and out of the portal, those that are in good standing, that the time frame within which you must choose to submit for an appeal be quite lengthy, to give people time to also assess whether it's a worthwhile endeavor for them, especially if the cost recovery part comes in. On cost recovery, I advocate strongly that there be no appeals filing fee, and that if the appeal is unsuccessful, that then there be cost recovery. And for whether or not cultivation can continue during the time that the appeal is processing, that absolutely cultivation be allowed to continue, and that could be conditional based upon the terms upon which the denial was issued. If you go down that route, then we need to know specifically under what standard the denial was issued and or which process it was issued under. So for those to also be clarified. And on this topic, that again, this is kind of like an echo chamber, that there be much more stakeholder input with a standing committee with experts from our community to take us out of the myopic world of the board and the ad hoc. Thank you.
Next on the line is Lauren Mendelson.
Good afternoon, honorable supervisors and everyone here today. This is Lauren Mendelson once again, attorney representing a number of cannabis operators in Mendocino County. I certainly support the creation of an appeal process for applicants. I think it is only right and fair. There are other applications, other types of applications in the county that can be appealed. Furthermore, in addition to what county council said about issued permit holders having vested rights, courts have also found that even holders of provisional authorizations and things of that nature have some level of vested rights if they've invested a significant amount of time and money into the operation, as is the case with the applicants in the Mendocino Cannabis program. So I do support that. I think that due process requires it and unnoticed an opportunity to be heard before taking away something like the ability to cultivate on one's property, especially after the years that one's been in the program. Also, I think that treating cannabis applications differently than other types of applications and cannabis businesses different than other types of businesses raises equal protection issues. And so it's important that we stop discriminating against this legal industry. Think that cultivation ought to be allowed while an appeal is pending, as others have said. Until the appeal is finalized, there hasn't been a final decision that one is not able to do that. So I think that makes sense. You can obviously separate instances where someone is clearly over the cultivation area that's allowed by the county. But in most of these cases, that's not really going to be the issue. I think the time frame needs to be reasonable for any appeals. The cost also needs to be reasonable. A previous speaker mentioned a deposit. That's something to consider. There could also be hardship waivers. And if someone is successful with their appeal, then yeah, they should not have to pay. The county should cover that cost. That's typically how it works in these types of things. So I do support that. I think this is very important. And furthermore, I think that while there is a process in the ordinance dealing with revocations of issued permits, there's kind of a gray area. Where does reapplications come in? When you need to reapply for a permit, is that going to be treated as though it's an application and then there's no appeal process, or is that going to be like a permit that's being revoked? I think that's a bit of a gray area right now. And so it is important that once someone has been issued a permit, even though this might be a new application to renew said permit, that their vested rights ought to be recognized. So I just ask that you conduct a fair process for this and take all of this really valuable stakeholder input into consideration. Thank you very much.
Julia Carrera is still not on the line, so that concludes public comment.
Supervisor McGordy.
Julia Carrera actually texted me during the break and said that she had meant to be there to make a comment on item 3B, but was not able to get through. I'm sorry. Yes, it's 3B, right?
Well, she's welcome to try again if she wishes.
Okay.
So I'm supportive of the ad hoc's work on this. I think we need an appeals process, but I'm curious. Watching cannabis progress, I can't help but notice we start out with good ideas and then we get into gray areas and complications and exceptions and exemptions, and suddenly we're broke. And right now we're broke. Has the ad hoc considered an alternate path of just issuing permits? I mean, the roads in Mendocino County are not an A. They're like C minus at the best. What if we have close to 1,000 C minus applicants? They haven't quite met the ordinance, but they've sure tried hard, and they're going to need a state license anyway. Why don't we just issue the permits to all of them and be done? Let the state deal with us. Any response from the ad hoc before we move on?
Well, the ad hoc's scope has been to deal with the equity program and the portal. But with that said, I think that the ad hoc's approach has been, how do we get the yes, for these permits? Because I think that there's many, many people who are good intentioned, who are trying to do the right thing. And, this appeal process is really born out of technical glitches, human error. There's a, unending list of problems that have happened because of the thousands of documents and everything that we're dealing with. So we're trying to get to yes, but we still have this ordinance we have to deal with.
John, could we jump straight to yes? Just they've been in the program 5 years, no code enforcement complaints, no nuisance. Just issue a permit.
Well, I think that would be a county council question.
Well, he's the last person I want to hear from right now. Christian?
Yeah, so conceptually, you could change the ordinance so that you no longer have any of these permitting requirements, and there's no need to review. If you do that, you need environmental review. So you had a mitigative negative declaration. I think there's a good chance that that would be an EIR.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Thank you. I would yield to Supervisor McGordy if he had something to comment specifically as an ad hoc member. I had a question for the program.
McGordy?
Sure. So, I'm a true believer that what we want is compliance, not punishment. And wherever possible, I want to err on the side of getting people their proper permits and subsequent licenses. So you're right. Everything seems to get really, really complicated, and this whole process has been really, really complicated because we've let people grow without, taking the time to really properly document them to do that. So we're always playing catch up. And I see their point about, so you're going to have an appeal process. So what am I supposed to do? Everything is, it's the time of the year to put things in the ground, and I'm supposed to sit here and wait while you go through an appeal. And I get their point. That's a really good question. So I don't have an answer for that, but you make a very good point, Supervisor Williams, that every time that we try to make something better, we seem to find more complications. And that just seems to be the nature of an ordinance with a lot of moving parts. And I think Supervisor Haschak and I are really committed to try to get people across the finish line. I also think that Kristen is as well. I don't think she's trying to block anybody from becoming a cannabis grower, and unless it's something that's really, really egregious, I suspect in the end most people are going to get their permits.
I agree with you, and I have great respect for Kristen. But I think the board, if we could cut to 3, this board could be more liberal in issuing permits, give a benefit of the doubt, and treat it as a code enforcement issue. If we get a complaint about nuisance and it's sustained, okay, revoke the permit. But in the meantime, I think we're just going to put all of these cultivators out of business the way it's going. Supervisor Mulhern.
Yeah, don't threaten me with an opportunity to be flexible, because I will bend every time I get the chance. I don't think that county council agrees with that method. I certainly want to see as many applicants get through the process as possible. I know, though, that we do have some, for lack of a better word, bad actors who are using the permit system to not treat our environment appropriately and to veil other activities. And so my question is for Director Nevedal. Through the permit process and approving permits, is there a possibility to, let's say we're pulling out like 20 of these potential applicants that we know really have a lot of code enforcement complaints, a lot of, just disarray of paperwork. Is there any way to pull a select group out, get those appeals done as quickly as possible? Like, yes, here's your appeal date. We knew you weren't going to actually show up. You're done. So that the program can really work on the other people that had a consultant that didn't follow through with the terms and, mistyped or didn't fill out the right paperwork, or maybe had an old form and not a new form. I mean, those ones, I would like to see them be able to get through the process, but we do know that we have people out there that are not acting appropriately. So is there any way for the program to differentiate and begin the appeals process so that those other folks can continue to cultivate, but if somebody has 30,000 acres, we could immediately, stop them?
I think it kind of depends on what the appeals process ends up looking like, right? Like right now, I don't have an appeals process to review to have an understanding of the time frame or the time, the bandwidth it might take from the department to oversee that appeals process if we are the ones to oversee the process. But I think in reference to denials, if we just, there's a couple of components happening here with denials. So denials to date have been denials for lack of compliance and largely an unwillingness to maintain compliance, right? Or to remedy previously pointed out issues around compliance. With the portal specifically, there were 130 folks that were assigned to the portal that failed to show up. Those denials will be, as far as I'm aware, the first denials that are associated purely with incomplete application, right? And so if we don't have the ability as a department to deny folks because they refuse to provide the materials, I don't know that that's going to be viable in the long run, right? Like how, like we can't, and we also can't, we've denied folks for being unwilling to get a state license or being unwilling to enroll in the water board program. So at some point, I think we need to be able to ensure that we can deny because folks are not willing to or proceeding with providing us what we need to actually review and issue a permit. And or if they're just obstinate and aren't going to do the work, we can't, you know, you can take a horse to water, but you can't force them to drink. And we run into that kind of roadblock sometimes. I don't, and hopefully I answered your question. I may have misunderstood what was being asked.
Jordy.
Yeah, we take a step back. You know, at the initial introduction of the ordinance that we have now, we've assumed that the state, with all of its powers, the powerful water board, fish and wildlife, other state agencies, that we thought, okay, they'll handle the issue of water, for example, and they certainly have the legal authority to, and they have the resources, I think, but that was an incorrect assumption, I think, on the part of myself and other people on the board at the time that adopted the ordinance. And we certainly heard that during the drought, that members of the public felt, you know, people weren't really addressing water hauling, illegal water diversions adequately in Mendocino County. And they wanted to see the county take up, you know, participate in enforcement on that action, on that issue. So I think it's not reasonable to think that the state is going to protect the environment and that we're not going to hear complaints. The other issue is we've also heard people say that they don't want to rely entirely on a complaint-driven code enforcement as it relates to cannabis because of some of the actors in the industry are intimidating to other neighbors, and in some cases neighbors won't complain. They're afraid to complain, and so that's why this board took the action of saying that code enforcement as it relates to cannabis won't be strictly based on complaint. The county is going to have proactive enforcement. So my concern with if we were to go in the, you know, kind of whipsaw and go in a different direction and say from this point forward we're just going to give everybody permits and we'll just figure the state's going to figure it out, and I don't think it's a realistic plan. We're still going to get complaints that the county's not doing its job. So I think we have to just keep working at fixing our program as well as we can, knowing that there will always be people complaining either because they didn't get their permit or because someone got a permit and they weren't happy with it. So that's my thought.
That's check.
Yeah, you know, we're looking at out of the whatever 800 applicants or 1,100 applicants and people in the system, we've seen, you know, whatever, there's 150 that didn't even apply to the state or that didn't respond to the program for the portal when they were told. You know, we have egregious grows, you know, the 30,000 square feet instead of 10,000. You know, we have bad actors out there, but at the same time, we have a lot of people who are good actors who are really trying their best to get through this system. And, you know, because of a misinterpretation of an ordinance or some key thing, you know, this vegetation modification issue seems to have a lot of people really concerned. And do we bounce a person from the program because they can't prove what happened 5 years ago from a different owner? You know, those kind of issues, the nuanced issues that we're dealing with, we need to have this appeal process for it. And we want to get to yes for those people who are really trying their best to comply with the ordinance that we have. And so I'm going to make a motion to direct staff to create an appeal process for the cannabis application denials and return to the Board of Supervisors before May 1st, 2022. And along with that, look at options for full cost recovery. And with that, there should be some options too. And I think that some of the speakers talked about if they win, maybe the cost should go back, they shouldn't be charged for that. And then I think that we should also look at options for continuing to cultivate while the appeal is being processed. And there's the egregious grows versus, like Supervisor McGordy said, what do we do about those ones that are just misinterpretations or whatever of the ordinance? And we don't want to put people out of business at this date, when we're just waiting for the appeal process to happen. So I'd like some options on that front.
Can we have the motion read back?
I have direct staff to create an appeal process for cannabis application denials and return to the Board of Supervisors before May 1 of 2022. Look at options for full cost recovery and look at options regarding the continuing of cultivation while an appeal is being processed.
Is there a second?
I would second that.
Motion on the floor. Any discussion? Director Nevedal.
I'm curious when we would have to submit the board agenda summary to meet the May 1st deadline. I just am concerned about bandwidth and whether or not we'll be able to meet that deadline.
Maybe the clerk can answer that.
Yeah, this is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. I don't have the exact deadlines in front of me, but the deadline is generally always going to be 2 weeks before the meeting date on that Monday.
I have the deadlines in front of me, and that would be for the April 5th meeting. It would be March 21.
No, it's May 1st.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Oh, you said April.
No, I said for the April 5th meeting, it would be March 21st would be the deadline. Yeah.
No, but we're looking at them coming back before May 1st.
Director Nevedal and County Council, what's a reasonable date based on your workload?
I'll defer to County Council on that.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the meeting calendar. It looks to me like if we're talking about before May 1st, I think that means we're looking at a meeting in April. I need to see what dates we have in April for that. I don't know that that's going to be entirely realistic, especially if the board wants a range of options. So it looks like we've got a meeting on the 19th. That would mean we'd need to have it done by April 4th. I don't know that that would be realistic. If you did maybe the end of May, looks like we've got a meeting on the 17th of May.
And do you need authorization to use outside counsel?
The intent is to use outside counsel. You've already contracted for that, and we actually have outside counsel on the line right now listening into this to be able to take direction.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Are denials already being issued, or what's the anticipated date that people would receive a denial?
Denials are being issued, have been issued, and we are prepping to manage the denials for not or failure to reapply through the portal. We anticipate those going out in the next week or two.
Jordy.
If Supervisor Hatchak was looking at May 1st, there is a May 3rd board meeting. If the agenda item came back for the May 3rd board meeting, does that not give enough time to prepare the agenda item?
Again, it's not a lot of time if the board wants a range of options, but that may be possible.
And county council, do you need to check with outside counsel to make sure they have everything they need today?
Yes, so we have Bill Abbott from Abbott and Kinderman on. I would ask if he needs any more direction.
Mr. Chairman, this is Bill Abbott. I don't know if you can hear me, but we've been monitoring the testimony in the hearing today, and we can certainly coordinate with County Counsel's office with whatever time frame works for them.
So County Council, would it be all right to modify this to say May 3rd?
It's an aggressive timeline, but I think it's doable.
Okay.
Is the maker of the motion modifying to May 3rd?
Yes.
Second to Grace?
Yes.
Okay, clerk, we're ready. Supervisor Mulhorn?
Yeah, I just have a clarifying question. So if somebody has already received a denial before the board has this discussion about how they would appeal, what is the intention of the board? What should they do?
If I might ask for clarification through the chair, Supervisor Mulhern, are you asking about people who have already received denials or any denials that may be issued between now and the May 3rd date?
Either one. What is the intention?
So the current legal status is that anyone who's received a denial at this point has a right to have it challenged through a mandamus action in the Superior Court. And if we're talking about someone who was denied 2-3 years ago, their statute of limitations may well have run on that. And I probably would not recommend reopening that timeline for any that have lapsed. But the department may have to look at what its practices are going to be between now and the date that you put something in place.
Supervisor McGordy?
So I was kind of thinking that the appeal process would be primarily focused on the portal, not all things that have ever been considered.
Supervisor McGordy, I don't think that's in alignment with what we've discussed today on the motion.
Well, if that's the case, then if someone has not submitted anything to the portal and they're instructed to do it, I don't know that they should be included in the cohort that would be considered. I mean, we may have to think about criteria as part of what we do.
Does the maker of the motion want to incorporate that request?
Yeah.
We may need to come up with some language so that there's no ambiguity.
Yeah, I think so. So my focus is, again, trying to pick up the people who have been through the process, have tried to adhere to it as much as possible, as opposed to somebody who didn't do anything. I don't think there's much to appeal in that case.
Does the maker of the motion wish to modify the language to incorporate McGordy's concern?
Well, I was thinking that Supervisor McGordy and I, as the ad hoc, can work on this and come back with recommendations to the board at a future date.
Supervisor Jardy?
Well, given the tight time frame for staff to work on this, I think if the makers of the motion simply said that this appeal process is focused on those who did submit through the portal, I think that would limit the cohort that we're talking about.
But then there's others who might have, the vegetation modification, or there's other issues out there too that would need to be considered. So certainly if you didn't submit through the portal, you should be denied. And unless there's considerations, because sometimes consultants took on 40 applicants and they didn't submit anything for them. And so these people paid their money to this consultant. And So we're trying to deal with those issues too.
Director Neville.
Yeah, thank you. I have some concerns about offering an appeals process just to individuals who were assigned to the portal and submitted materials to the portal. It's a small segment of our applicants, and we have applicants that did not need to come through the portal whose applications are still under review that may be denied. And so why would we consider only offering appeals to a portion or a specified demographic of our applicants? I might be out of place in my comment, and I apologize for that, but I have some fairness concerns.
Supervisor McCourty.
Well, I want it to be fair, and I don't understand all the procedures because I thought that all of the undecided applications were in the portal. And if that's not the case, then we'll look to you for guidance as to who should be included.
The portal was designed to assist the applicants and the department with receiving complete application materials so that we could conduct a review. But we have a number of applicants that were not assigned to the portal because staff had considered their applications complete. And they still need processing. They're still in the review process.
Clerk, could you read back the current motion?
So without the language regarding developing criteria, which at this point I don't have incorporated, would be direct staff to create an appeal process for cannabis application denials and return to the Board of Supervisors before May 3 of 2022. Look at options for full cost recovery and look at options regarding the continuation of cultivation while an appeal is being processed.
The maker and the second content with that? Supervisor Haschuk.
Maybe we should add that the ad hoc will work with staff to figure out how to, or to provide options to the board about people who get denied before an appeal process is put in place.
So what'll happen between now and when those options come back and the board approves and gives direction to staff and then the ordinance? County Council, can you help us? I think you understand the intent.
I might be getting a little bit confused. I had understood, I think that there was an intent by one supervisor, I don't know if it was by the full board, to essentially not necessarily extend the appeal process to those people who had been assigned to the portal, but failed to submit anything. That essentially a non-responsiveness might not be a basis or an appealable basis for a denial. And that if I understood correctly, the board wasn't looking to direct the department to delay any denials that would be issued on that basis. And if that's the case, I think that you could incorporate that into your motion. You could go forward. Is that the question that you're getting at, Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I want to make sure staff has what it needs and there isn't any ambiguity. Are you content as the motion reads? You have enough specificity?
I might ask whether Director Nevidal needs any clarification on what to do in the interim. I mean, as it reads now, as I understand that we are essentially coming back with a range of options, which is going to include looking at essentially how you might possibly distinguish between some permittees that would be allowed to cultivate during appeal and some, sorry, not permittees, applicants that would be permitted to cultivate during appeal and some that would not. And frankly, there's inherent ambiguity there. We can come with some options, but I don't know that we have a clear direction as to what you want. It sounds like you're essentially deferring that decision until later.
Supervisor McCourty.
Well, I just wonder if a ad hoc meeting sometime in the next 2 weeks could set the criteria for appeals and just say that there's some things that don't qualify, like not submitting your application through the portal. there's nothing to appeal because you didn't submit it. If you're instructed to. Although I guess there's some concern that some people were planning on doing it through a consultant who didn't do it. I don't know. Kristen, what's your thoughts on this?
Well, folks who were in the situation with the consultant who did not submit materials for them have been noticed that they're eligible to come to the corrections portal. So they are not slated for denial at this point. I think my concern is just the ambiguity about whether or not we can proceed with denial. And we do have, not just the 130 denials for the portal, but we have a handful or so of denials that will be going out for folks who no longer have their original applicant. And so, and then on occasion, we have denials that occur because of environmental issues. So I think I just want to make sure that we know how to proceed as a department. I will stop there. It looks like Bill Abbott has a question. Might be able to have some clarification.
Bill, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, board, just for my clarification, I'm not familiar with the county's practices in the past, so I apologize in advance. But is the deliverable on May 3rd, for example, a memorandum with these options, or is the board expecting a ordinance ready for adoption by that date?
Maker of the motion.
Well, hopefully we would have a process, right? An appeal process that would be presented on May 3rd.
John, would that be presented as an ordinance ready for a vote or just a concept?
Well, I guess, if it's an ordinance that we have to do to make this happen, yeah. I mean, we can't drag this on forever, so if we have to do an ordinance, let's bring it forth.
Bill, is that reasonable?
Well, I think to the extent that the board is asking staff to deliver options, I mean, that significantly magnifies the drafting process if it's expected to be optional ordinances for the board's consideration. So if the board is still looking for a robust discussion on the options, to me, it's only efficient to deliver those options and then get the direction from the board. So, and alternatively, the ad hoc would have to give us that input in the next week, or within a short time frame for us to develop something meaningful. So,
Mulhern.
Not exactly sure how to say this. So I think it's important for me that we prioritize appeals by people that have extenuating circumstances. The consultant that didn't deliver the product, the mistyped form, what have you. And get through the list of people, for instance, that didn't even bother to apply, to reapply through the portal as quickly as possible. And I don't know what that looks like for the department in ad hoc, but I just want to say that's my preference, is that we, as quickly as possible, get people out of the program that have no intention of complying with the ordinances that we have, while allowing those that may have simple mistakes to be able to continue to cultivate while we work through that. And I very much realize the department has still a full roster of people that have submitted all of the appropriate documents, and their applications need to be renewed as well. So it's quite a juggle that's going to need to happen. And just wanted, that's how I would like to see the priorities go forward.
County Council.
So just in terms of efficiency and being able to process this, I think there are some key decisions that are going to need to be made here, and I respect that there's a difficulty and a bit of a tension between potentially having to stop someone from cultivating who may ultimately have grounds later on to show that that their permit should have been granted, versus the danger of people essentially just continuing to cultivate despite having no real basis to have been applying even to begin with. But I don't. I have some hesitation about trying to make this overly complicated to adjudicate every possible application in the way that would be um, sort of to get a perfect result with every possible application. There may need to be some sacrifices in terms of um, uh, uh, the desired policy outcome, just for the sake of essentially efficiency and the ability to operate this. So I do think you're going to have to make some decisions here as to what you're going to want that to look like. But I also think you're going to have to be able to sort of figure out what is and is not possible. And I'm just a little bit worried that we may be getting direction essentially to find a way to have it all. And I'm not certain I can deliver on that.
Jordy.
This is a question for County Council, either Christian or Matt. Since Matt probably knows the ordinance better than any of us on this Zoom, possibly, or maybe Kristen does. When we're talking about amending the ordinance for the appeal process, I'm curious if we have to put everything in the ordinance, or can we simply describe that there shall be an appeal process and the policies for that appeal process are in some other document? And I'm going to, City of Fort Bragg, for example, they'll say that we have in an ordinance, they'll talk about a fee schedule, but the fee schedule may be set in a resolution that gets updated. So I'm just curious, it'd be surprising to me that we would need to put everything into an ordinance, and maybe that would simplify the drafting of the ordinance that comes back to the board if it simply describes in some very general terms that there is an appeal process, but that we have a corresponding manual or procedure or something else that's going back the board sees and says, yeah, that looks like it. That's our best draft at the moment of how that procedure works, and it could be changed later.
So if I may respond with the chair, I think it is possible to structure things like that. I think those decisions, however, are still going to have to be made. So you might be able to get the ordinance side of it going now, essentially, so that we start the first reading, the second reading, the 30 days for that to lapse with some relatively minor changes that will say that there is to be an appeal process, and then possibly set the specific policies by resolution or other mechanism. That being said, we're still going to need some more concrete direction, I think, ultimately as to what would be going into the appeals process. It'll be a little more efficient. I don't know that it's necessarily going to solve the issue.
Christian, a lot of new ideas have come up in this session. Is there any merit to taking a 15-minute break so the maker of the motion can work with you to perfect the language?
I'd be happy to talk to the maker of the motion during a 15-minute break.
Does the maker have any interest in having a break? We'd rather measure twice at once.
And I'd like Supervisor McGorty to join.
And before we go to break, Supervisor McGorty.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say I thought that the timeline is pretty aggressive that we want to do. There's going to be a lot of discussion from the cannabis community. I think an ad hoc is warranted just to see really what are the boundaries that we have to fit to make an appeals process really work. Who should be in it? Who is just like such a hopeless case that you don't really have to worry about appealing their problem because they don't qualify. These are things that I think the ad hoc needs to meet with county council and our outside counsel and Kristen to discuss before we. In other words, more directions. It's got to be fleshed out a little bit more before we can even really, begin the process. I think it's okay for the board to give direction, but I'd include that as part of what's going to be necessary. I don't know that it has to be in our motion, but I just suspect that's going to be part of the process.
Who were the first and second? Who was the maker?
Hashak and McGordy.
Yeah. So we don't have any Brown Act issues with the two of you working with council at break.
No, I don't think so.
How much time do you need? 15 minutes?
We get 20.
20? So should we meet back at 1:35?
Sure.
Okay.
Wamanya mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
Ihr Bett mehr, ja?
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanya mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Ja, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
when schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone,
especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible
to save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders.
For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas.
So during the break, I discussed things with Supervisor Hashak and Supervisor McGordy, as well as Director Nevidal. I think there's sort of two things with respect to the direction today. One is I think that the board is not prepared to make a determination on this issue of, excuse me, not prepared to make a determination on this issue of whether people would be able to cultivate during appeal, and if so, who would be allowed to cultivate during appeal. Since that decision needs to be deferred, I don't know that it makes a whole lot of sense to set a May 3rd date to come back with an ordinance, because we'd probably have to come back with multiple ordinances. What I would recommend is that the board essentially give direction to the ad hoc to work with staff, come back with some proposals. I think we're going to have to, we could find the earliest opportunity. We may not pick the date today. We may need a little bit of time to work through it with the ad hoc, but direct the ad hoc to come back at the earliest opportunity once it's had further discussions with a concrete recommendation as to what to do on that issue, and then we'd be able to draft an ordinance after that point. Concurrently, we would be able to look at whether it makes sense to essentially start the ordinance process and pursuant to Supervisor Jurdy's recommendation, and if so, we can bring that back faster. The other part of this, and the part that I think is more difficult, is the question of what happens to those permits that would otherwise be denied during the interim. And since that decision is not going to be made today, I think your options are essentially either to delay them all or to leave some discretion to the department head, which would to proceed essentially only on those denial of those that would be not reasonably likely to be subject to an appeal process. And you may have to give some sort of rough definition and guidance, but I don't think that there's any way that you can reasonably craft full criteria for that today, because you're deferring the decision to later. So you would need to be giving some discretion to Director Nevidal to make that determination.
Supervisor Mulhern.
I would like to say I trust Director Nevidal to make that decision to be able to move forward with continuing to either deny or process applications, realizing that as Council Curtis mentioned earlier in the meeting, the current appeal process is litigation. I'm sure the department would take that into account when issuing denials and using caution for those that may be appealable or not.
There's a motion on the floor. Would the maker like to withdraw or modify?
Well, I think the modification would be that it would be to direct staff to create an appeal process in working with the ad hoc and cannabis program for this application, for cannabis application denials, and return to the Board of Supervisors at the earliest possible date.
Cannabis application denial appeals. You want to insert it?
To create an appeal process for cannabis application denials.
Does the second agree?
Yes.
Any further discussion? Not seeing any, I think we're ready to vote.
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. I just want to clarify. So the motion is to direct staff to create an appeal process for cannabis application denials and return to the Board of Supervisors prior to May 3rd of 2022. look at options for full cost recovery, and look at options regarding the continuing of cultivation while an appeal is being processed.
Supervisor Jurdy.
So I'll support the motion. I just looking at county council. Would it be advisable for staff and to bring back some sort of draft language that you were looking for today, maybe at the next available meeting, so that you could get that guidance as those denials are going out?
Yes, what I'm thinking is, so this is depending upon the preference and the timing of the board. But if we're coming back with options, I think what we would want to do is maybe have the rough bones of an ordinance, and then leaving out some of the key decision points, and then let the board give us direction as to what you would want on that structure, and then we would be able to come back and nail down those details in a subsequent meeting.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, I just have a question. So, I'd like to vote on this, but then I want to make sure that county council has enough direction and also the program, the cannabis program, to deal with the denials that we're talking about.
So if I may respond through the chair, yes, at this moment, but I think what we are hearing is that we are going to be coming back for some of these key decisions later, and that we will be getting further direction at that time, at which point we will be able to finalize this process and put it in place. And it also sounds to me like the board, in not acting on the denials, is leaving any denials in the short term in the sound discretion of the cannabis program director. Do I have that accurately?
Yes. I mean, that sounds good to me.
Okay, clerk, I think we're ready to vote.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy,
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy,
Yes.
and Chair Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Moving on to agenda item 3B. This is related to the Local Jurisdiction Assistance Grant Program, and it'll be introduced by sponsor Director Nevital.
All right, thank you so much for that. I apologize, but I have way too much open. So give me just a moment to get to that item. Okay, my apologies. So the County of Mendocino's Cannabis Department is requesting that the Board of Supervisors adopt a resolution providing the Cannabis Director with the authority to develop and amend the Mendocino County Local Jurisdiction Assistance Grant Program, the Direct Grant Policy Manual, excuse me, specifically, and also authorize the department director to be able to implement any changes necessary to that policy manual in an effort to expedite the direct grant to the extent allowed by state law, with the guidance of county council as necessary. Providing this authority to the cannabis program director should help to streamline and expedite the development and implementation of the direct grant program that we're offering using local jurisdiction assistance grant funds, and should increase applicant access to the local jurisdiction assistance grant programs direct grant that we're in the process of developing. I'm happy to take questions. This action is very similar to the action that we brought forward regarding the local equity program policy manual. It's modeled in the same, it's the same request, but in relationship to the direct grant program for the local jurisdiction assistance grant program. Kind of a mouthful.
Any board questions? Hascheck?
Yeah, that we got an email from MCA kind of detailing issues with the ordinance or with this proposal. And so should we go by it one by one, or should we refer this to some kind of ad hoc to deal with it? Because I'm not comfortable with just passing this without considering all their comments.
I do think it's important that we address the timeline associated with getting this program stood up. Applicants are in need of this grant money. With that said, I think it would be better to probably go through and address any questions you may have, Supervisor Hascheck, so that we can not necessarily have to come back to the board to answer those questions at a later date. But we will not be able to execute any direct grant programming until we have a policy manual in place and it is approved by the board, or otherwise the director as authorized by the board.
Yeah, I would rather go through the questions now than have it come back. Supervisor Hascheck, do you want to begin going through the questions?
Yeah, well, if you have their memo from MCA, and the first resolution states, about the $10 million, and they're feeling like, $8 million will be used for administration, and how to use more of those funds for the direct grants that it's supposed to be helping these people get through the system. I don't know if we need $8 million to just administer the program.
To be fair, I think it's important to note that the $8 million is not for the administration of the direct grant program. The $8 million is to cover the cost of processing or assisting the department in staffing up and meeting the needs of applicants, so that we can process those phase 1 applications and we can assist applicants with getting into annual licenses. The local jurisdiction assistance grant program was not established by the state as a direct grant opportunity for the public. It was established by the state to provide local jurisdictions with the funding they need and the resources they need to ensure that they can process the applications that they have in their departments in a timely manner so as to meet state annual licensing timelines. It's completely optional to the local jurisdiction applying for the eligible funds to offer a direct grant program. Many local jurisdictions did not offer a direct grant program. It is not required. So, we opted to do that. We think we need the monies that we set aside to ensure that we have the ability to process applications in a timely manner. We're looking at bringing on contract planners to assist us. We have allocated some of those funds to staffing for phase 1, which doesn't have cost recovery associated with it, and automations, which will definitely help expedite the processing of these applications. So I do think we need that funding. We put together a pretty robust proposal for using that funding, and it has been approved by the state.
Supervisor Mulhern?
The proposal or the funding changed from what the board received when we reviewed the application, or is it still the same?
There were minor changes. During the initial review or the application materials that we brought forward to the board had expressed a desire for us to put contingency funding into the local jurisdiction assistance grant program that accounted for salary increases over the next 4 years. The state asked us to strip those contingencies out. Those are the changes.
So Supervisor Hascheck, given that there's a number of questions here, I think the most efficient is for the board to just straw poll on each one as we work through. Does that work for you?
Sure, if you want to do it that way.
Okay, so I think the first question is, do we want to change the? Sorry, my space key stopped working. Do we want to change the allocation of direct grants? And I think Supervisor Hascheck, are you a yes?
Yeah, I think that $8 million, and we only had a very brief presentation about how that $8 million would be used. It seems like in Humboldt County, they're using the vast majority of their money for these direct grants. So I'm concerned about that.
Yeah, so I'm a no, because Humboldt probably doesn't have almost 1,000 applicants stuck in a queue. I think we need to process that, and that may be the best use. Mo?
I'm a no. I reviewed the budget during the application process and agree that we need all of that equipment to be able to staff up to process applications. And I'm grateful that we're able to offer over $10 million in direct grants to our cultivators.
Dan?
Yeah, we need to staff up and get our organization up and running.
You're a no. And Glenn?
No.
Okay, so that sounds like 4 no's, 1 yes. So that one's asked and answered. What's next?
Well, there's a question about, let's see, who is going to be doing the work? Okay, on page 36, MCP intends to have this assigned staff or contract planner draft the Appendix G checklist during the environmental and compliance review. So people have concerns that they've already started this process. So how are we going to deal with that?
Kristen?
I think that until we have staff, I can't really answer that question. So we have tremendous concerns that folks will wait until the last minute and we'll get a flood of Appendix Gs at the last minute that we don't have the capacity to process. And so as we staff up, we put funding specifically into the proposal so that we could, if necessary, take on the drafting of Appendix Gs while folks are in the application process. So, but barring the staff, we are not prepared to do that. If we were to offer that as a service, it would be a service that we would offer, and the applicant would have the ability to say, I'm already doing my Appendix G with, or the permit holder would be able to say, I'm already doing my Appendix G with an outside entity. And we would say, okay, great, that's your responsibility. But with a fully staffed department, we would like to be able to offer that service because we think it would expedite the process and probably reduce costs for both the applicant and the department. But we could make it optional for individuals when we were staffed and ready to provide that service.
Okay, as long as there's an option there, I think that that's needed.
Okay, I hear an option. Next question.
The satellite and aerial imagery, the $1 million people are concerned about. And will that just be used for, how will that help people get to their compliance?
Well, I can say it would certainly be helpful with the vegetation modification questions that come up, right? Part of the Planet contract is to acquire the archival imagery that has been taken in Mendocino County. Fish and Wildlife has used Planet imagery for a number of years, so we're expecting to receive significant amounts of aerial imagery throughout the county for many, many years past. So I think it would be a huge help for us in identifying timelines for when vegetation modification occurred. It also is going to be helpful for us to understand when development occurred. So as we're looking at Appendix Gs and we don't have clear timelines as to when gardens were developed or when structures associated with cultivation sites were developed, that imagery will assist us in being able to understand better when development occurred and whether or not it needs to be considered as an environmental impact or an existing impact. Additionally, it will help to, I think, clarify and make inspections significantly easier. So being able to review a site before we send inspectors out and inspectors arrive on site is going to be hugely helpful to those inspectors. So there's a number of ways that it will be helpful. We'd also really like to make the planet archival imagery available to applicants. They could then also use that imagery for mapping purposes and or their contiguous expansion affidavits, perhaps, right? It will be time-stamped and provide them additional tools and resources for their application materials.
John, do you want to poll on this one?
No, I understand what the reasoning is.
Okay, Supervisor McGordy.
I'm curious again, what is the cost of this program, Kristen?
The planet imagery is about $350,000 a year. The land vision imagery is, I want to say, around $10,000 a year or less.
And is this dedicated to the your department, or is it also used by anybody else?
It's dedicated to our department. The land vision, well, let me clarify. So the land vision is a user-based subscription. So the cost is going to be based on how many users we contract land vision with. And we'll only be contracting with land vision on behalf of our department. The planet contract, once we have the planet contract in place, that tool and resource can be made available to anyone within the county. And so we cannot provide funding necessarily to support code enforcement, as an example, or law enforcement activities. But I think the planet imagery is going to be much more useful for determining post or past timelines of activities. And I think we'll be more broadly, we'll have imagery that's more broadly spread out throughout the county. So the land vision, you get a couple of images on an annual basis, but we don't know whether or not those images will be during a cultivation cycle, so to speak, right? With the planet imagery, because there's so many images that have been taken on a regular basis, we're almost guaranteed to have images from given years of a cultivation cycle where we can really see what was happening in the past and compare it to where folks are today. If we make those planet images public, right, then law enforcement and code enforcement would have access to them, because we can't keep them out from using publicly made, publicly available information. But I do think the planet imagery will be most helpful for applicants.
Thank you. Next question.
Well, with the page 51, the power score, and it's $1 million for this tool that will track energy use and calculates greenhouse gas emissions, which is all good, and tracks water use and calculates water efficiency. But how will that get people, the question that MCA raises is, how will that get people to their provisional, to the annual license? So the way we're designing the power score, because we get to customize it with the Resource Innovation Institute to meet Mendocino's needs and also the state of California's needs, is that the energy component will provide all applicants with their reporting needs that are coming online this year. So as of 2022, mixed light applicants, indoor applicants, and I believe nursery applicants or permit holders that are using more than natural sunlight all have to report to the state their energy consumption and their greenhouse gas emissions. So the tool will provide that reporting directly to the applicant to submit to the state. So we'll customize it to make sure that the outputs meet those requirements so that they can meet those reporting requirements. Within the ordinance itself, applicants who utilize a generator as a primary power source have to eliminate the use of that generator as a primary power source within 2 years.
we are up against that timeline, if not past that timeline for a number of applicants. But we cannot determine whether or not A, the generator is a primary power source unless we understand how much power is used and what power is provided by that generator. And then B, if we have to transition folks or work with applicants and permit holders to transition them off of that generator, we need a tool by which we can assess the resource and the renewable resource development plan that they're putting in place, right? So the power score will give us that tool to help folks convert off of their generators and onto renewable resources, which is a requirement of the ordinance.
That will help them get to their annual license.
Correct.
Okay.
Do we need a poll on this one? Not seeing any objections to it. Next question.
No, I think I'm good.
Do you have any more questions, John?
No.
Supervisor Mulhern?
You know, this conversation comes up frequently, and it gets into this non-collaborative mode, I feel. I'm wondering if there's any opportunity for the department to perhaps add a link with that table with the budget, the updated budget, to our website, or to the grant that just shows people readily where the funds are going to. I think that would be helpful for me to point people in that direction. Otherwise, I can certainly dig back through old agendas and email it to people. It seems like it's an ongoing conversation, and I really want the cannabis community and the community in general to see that we are trying to use these funds to further our applicants along.
How about I send the materials to the supervisors so you each have them to share, and then we are doing a lot of website updates. It's going to take us some time to complete those website updates, but we'd be more than happy to post the local jurisdiction assistance grant program information, the application, and the budget on our website as we complete those updates. Would that be helpful, Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes, I would appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Any other discussion before public comment? Clerk, do we have any callers?
We do. First on the line will be Paul Hansberry, followed by Susan Tibbin, Michael Katz, Blair Clare, Monique Ramirez, Lauren Mendelson, Ron Edwards, Chantel, and one voicemail. Paul, you have 3 minutes. Once your 3 minutes are up, I'll mute you. You could switch over to Susan and I'll give her another 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. This is Paul Hansberry. I am an equity grant applicant and have been going through the heartburn of all the different delays and different modifications and changes and changing their mind from taxation being allowable to it not being allowable, only because the county council went over reviewed the Board of Supervisors meeting and they didn't get a direct consensus when they were talking about it, even though the director felt that it was something that would be allowable. So with your direct grant budget, if you needed to change your priorities, it has to go through something called cobblestone. And that seems to be where all the delays are. When I saw the resolution in the very first for the equity grant, and this one that we're talking about is very similar, it seemed like a great deal of streamlining was going to be able to be taken place. I've heard 3 different supervisors praise and talk about how much they trusted the director with her ability to actually do her job. And I thought that the resolution would carve back quite a bit of all this bureaucracy and all these different delays. I've come to find that she can change the manual, but we still have to go through the cobblestone. So if we wanted to go and and reprioritize because of all these different delays, because things just aren't possible or other things have come up. If we needed to change our budget, that it would still have to go through this entire process in order to get these things done, and it would just create further and further delays. So I don't really understand exactly what we're going to be doing, why this is even here, if it's going to be you're still going to have the same kind of delays with the process. It looked to me, the way I read it, that there was no such thing as other reviews, that this superseded the regular review process, i.e. Cobblestone, because all the director had to do was to notice the board and put it up on the website, and became effective immediately. So if there's another way that we can do that to expedite it, that would be wonderful. So with that being said, I thank you, and I will send it over to Susan.
All right, Susan, the timer has been reset. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. This is Susan Tibbin, Loving Legally, MCA member. Good afternoon. We fully support the whole of MCA's memo of the 28th of February, and we hope you will have time to read it. But we respectfully but strongly suggest that the interpretation of this resolution be broadened. An example is something that Paul just touched on. It's the aptly named Cobblestone review process, which has done nothing other than give us all bloody knees for the past 10 months with no check yet. The point being that Director Nevedal should have latitude in site-specific modifications. Broad approvals by County Council are welcomed, but discretional site modification should be the purview of the program director with stakeholder input. This huge expenditure on satellite imaging, it feels, this may not be your direction, but it certainly feels like yet another stick to beat us with rather than opening the carrot bag. It's time to stop viewing us all as potential bad actors and incentivize and help us. Thank you very much.
On the line is Michael Katz, followed by Blair Clare.
Good afternoon, Supervisors, Director Nevedal. Thank you all so much for continuing to discuss these important items. When it comes to this particular grant application, we are certainly grateful that the state has identified the challenges that our applicants are facing transitioning from provisionals to annuals, and the challenges that the county and the local systems are having in maintaining and adapting to these challenging regulations at the local and state level. That's no question. We appreciate those resources. We do have some substantial questions about some of the underlying issues, underlying items within the application. We definitely, some of them were addressed, certainly not to our sufficiency, but I want to point out a couple that I think are really important, specifically that the grant application does not allow for funds to be used for enforcement, and yet during the included in the satellite imagery text is included that the tools are crucial to managing complaints about program participants. So that's one specific item that certainly is on the face of it related to enforcement. And we're concerned that there are going to be funds that are supposed to be dedicated towards helping people transition to their annual licenses that are actually going to be used to support code enforcement efforts against them. So we are sincerely concerned about this and want to see a way that is going to be ensured that it does not happen. And more globally, we want to see these funds and the program adapted with the intent of keeping more people in compliance and moving them towards their annual as opposed to having them removed. We've heard repeatedly that the intent of this program was not to hire a bunch of full-time staff people that may wind up not having full-time jobs later on down the road once the bottleneck of applications has been handled. Yet we see tons of resources going into full-time staff and in fact even renovations and updates to conference rooms and administrative centers for the program. And so, you know, whereas the public facing to the state on the state website and to journalists has indicated that these funds are going to be used for direct grants and for consultants, we see that that's not exactly the case when it comes to identifying the application. So the tools have been there to review it, but it's over 70 pages of very complicated material. Most people aren't going to go through that. So I definitely do recommend that there be an additional meeting with stakeholders and the cannabis program to figure out continued best uses of these funds and not just go with the suggestions of the cannabis program at this time. Thank you.
On the line is Blair Eclair, followed by Monique Ramirez.
Hello, this is Blair Alclair. I would just like to mirror the sentiments given by Michael Katz just now, and also just really understanding. I feel like there's a lot of concerns of folks have about the satellite imagery. I think that really needs to be more deeply considered. I don't know how much more benefit or reason that we would need more satellite imagery right now. I don't like the idea of having more pictures taken of my farm from above by Big Brother. I don't have anything to hide, but it's just like a very like uncomfortable feeling, and would just kind of want to know how other supervisors might feel about that. And I just don't really see a clear reason why that kind of imagery at this point would help and assist by to help us get to the finish line. And that's the rest of my comments for now.
On the line is Monique Ramirez, followed by Lauren Mendelson.
Hello, Monique Ramirez, District 3, representing the Covelo Cannabis Advocacy Group. We also share the same sentiment as MCA on this topic, and we really want to make sure that if applicants are going to continue forward with their Appendix G using consultants that they already may have initiated a contract with, that direct grant funding can be used to pay off those balances, especially if that option is available for them to continue forward using them. So we want to make sure that that's really clearly stated and that the public is aware of that. And also, you know, part of this direction today is to allow the director of our cannabis program to develop, update, and amend and implement this local jurisdiction grant program. And so we just want to make sure that if any major changes happen, that there's some transparency around it, and that maybe it's reported in an updated report that's, I don't know, every month or something, just so that there's transparency, that we all know what's going on, especially if it's a beneficial change to applicants that, you know, and then maybe that will be done during her weekly report to the cannabis community, but we just want to make sure that there's some opportunity for us to see any of those potential changes. And then also we just want to draw attention to the fact that this direct grant funding, as we say in our memo, is the life jacket to save many applicants, whether they're in the portal process or maybe they're, you know, trying to get through their good standing status in the application, and they need this funding. And some people may already have a permit and may get denied because of now this tree removal modification situation. And maybe their only lifeline there is to remediate, but that's costly. And so being able to have access to the direct grant funding to be able to do that remediation will be imperative for their future. But if they are denied before this direct grant funding is available, then they're going to be out. So it really just highlights again that maybe we shouldn't be sending out denial letters to anybody because there's still all these extra programs that are getting standed up. And so we just don't want to see people get left out that really could utilize this kind of funding. And that's pretty much it. So thank you so much for letting us speak today.
On the line is Lauren Mendelson, followed by Ron Edwards.
Good afternoon, Honorable Board and everyone here. I will keep this short. This is Lauren Mendelson again. I represent various cannabis businesses in Mendocino County and elsewhere. I want to echo what previous speakers have said regarding the need for transparency in how this all plays out moving forward. I am a little bit uncomfortable just giving authority to make broad changes to anyone that when these are things that a lot of these operators are really relying on, and the specifics of how this is carried out is important. So transparency is really important. Additionally, the need to get these funds in the hands of folks who need it sooner rather than later, as folks have said so far, it is imperative. This is a make or break situation for these people right now. So that is really important. And just absolutely, folks who paid outside consultants to do work that the county is now proposing to take in-house after flip-flopping about this a number of times, that ought to be covered. I mean, it really just, this has gone so many different directions. And so really whatever can be done to help these people needs to be done. So, please take a look at this. Transparency is important. MCA did prepare a very good memo, so please take a look at that if you haven't already, and thank you very much.
Next on the line is Ron Edwards, followed by Chantel.
Yes, good afternoon, Board. I would like to kind of go back in time when the sheriff was talking about his IT system and how important it was to keep that walled off from the rest of the county. And the board was, really sort of supportive of that. And going back even a little further when there was the tsunami warning system that came up, that was determined that system could be used for crowd control. And at that time, the board actually did take steps to put guidance in that the sheriff could not use it for those situations. It really needed to be specifically for tsunami warnings. So with this satellite issue, it's much broader. And what I'm reading between the lines is that, with one system, it's a $10,000 flat, so the county can use that. Well, that's using this money to get that system in place. With the Planet, it's based on users, but who's to say that building and planning can't just add users on that? And then that was a program that the cannabis department made easy for the county to use. I think that they should stand on their own. I'm also very concerned about the expansion. And at one time we were talking about paying additional salaries to get people to come, which is great. But at the same time, we need to have really good accounting to make sure that those funds were not cost recovery funds. And when we're using this money to get people through the program, I don't know how that squares with cost recovery because the state itself is covering a lot of the cost. And so, I mean, we really have a fiduciary duty to the applicants to get them through who have been going through this. And it just needs to be clear. I understand that it's a lot of money. And realistically, I think if we were to say, hey, let's take this $7 or $8 million and get everybody through, I think we could do that rather quickly. But again, it's a bureaucracy. We're spending time, we're spending money, and I really don't see the applicants moving a lot further. Thank you.
Last on the line is Chantel, followed by a voicemail.
Good afternoon again. This is Chantal Simone Petrie calling in again. I feel pretty flustered right now. Honestly, I'm a pretty eloquent speaker, but in witnessing the dialogue about this issue, I'm kind of feeling like there's been another like carrot stick or a bait and then retract over the last year. I remember sitting in on many meetings where Ted Williams was incredibly clear and that everybody needed to hire an outside consultant, had to hire an outside consultant, had to hire an outside consultant. And I feel shocked as one of those outside consultants that worked up a whole business plan myself. And I'm in the Ukiah district. I'm a small business owner. I work with about 70 cultivators in Mendocino County. Like, I personally have set up my whole business plan in order to help the people that hired me to walk them through their Appendix G and checklist process. And to hear now that the county, the MCP is proposing to take state funds that are designed to help people get beyond the hurdles that are preventing them to get to their annuals in order to use that fund to staff up to then do Appendix G checklist in-house is super shocking to me. It kind of took the rest of my points that I was going to make and threw them out the window. But to quickly recover, I just say that I totally oppose this. And that if there's going to be any decision making as far as how this funding that has already been approved should be used, stakeholder input beyond the limited 3 minutes that REACH accounted for should be involved, and it needs to be, or allowed for, and it needs to be incredibly more transparent than it is. The tone of conversations I'm having with all of my clients and with general public and friends in the community is an incredible lack of trust of the Board of Supervisors and of the NCP itself, and the feeling that everybody's been abandoned. And again, coming back to my comment from before, is that it's not designed for success for the people that have been participating in it. It's designed to maintain an administrative program, but not at the best interest of those that have chosen to participate in it, such as the phase 1 applicants, and who elected to step in and go through this door. The door keeps getting smaller and moving and getting smaller again and moving over and over and over again. So in general, I would say I oppose, and I support the points in the MCA memo and the other comments that have made by other callers. And I plead that the process please be opened up, and so that those that are directly affected by the program that's being administered locally be involved in the conversation as far as how those funds should be used beyond just the direct grant element of it, but how they're used in the administration of the program itself. That's all. Thank you.
Next, we have a voicemail.
David Silverstone, District 3, calling regarding agenda item number 3B, the local grant assistance grant program. Please release the grant funds to all the qualified applicants right away. It's already been 5 months. Please release the funds right away to all qualified applicants. The wait is over too long. And regarding the item 4A fouling, please support Hannah Nelson's proposals. And as regarding the appeals, please support Hannah Nelson's proposals. And regarding the tree trimming, please support Hannah Nelson's proposals. And in general, please support tax reform. Create tax reform for Mendocino County. The cannabis tax reform is essential. We are taxation without representation, overtaxation without representation or benefit is not acceptable. Please reform the tax system.
That concludes public comment.
Has check.
Yeah, one question that got brought up was the use of the money for hiring full-time consultants. And I think that the, versus consultants, or, if they're full-time staff, then what do we do when this program money isn't there anymore and we have 20 or so, people working in the cannabis program when we might only need a half a dozen? So I guess that's a question that the board really needs to deal with, but I guess I'll go to Kristen and see what comments you have about that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's a lot of programs other than just reviewing phase one applications that the program has in-house. We can have discussion in the future when we have staff about potentially taking on the processing of local equity grant program as well, right? There's money in that budget to ensure that we can administer that program, yet we have contract administrators who have taken on that program at the direction of the board. But the staff here at the MCP is still putting a tremendous amount of energy into reviewing the applications associated with that program. Additionally, as we move through phase one and phase two applications and folks receive permits, there will be annual renewal fees associated with those permits, and staff will need to be available to review those renewals going forward as long as that entity or individual chooses to continue cultivating. We anticipate having additional applications come in the door through phase three. And then down the road, we will be taking on the rest of the supply chain for permitting and inspection and regulation. So we'll be taking on the programs from planning and building services. So there's a heck of a lot going on. And 20 staff, I think, should cover all of that. But additionally, there's no guarantee that we'll get to 20 staff, and there's no guarantee that we will be able to retain 20 staff if we do get there. So that is what's been allocated to us. We currently have 9 staff, 3 planners on that staff. So, the funds do address the cost recovery of having staff process phase one and phase two applications with no cost recovery or no fees coming in associated with those applications. So I'm confident we'll need staff going forward as the program expands, and I certainly hope that we'll see changes at the state level that allow for our cannabis businesses to stabilize and hopefully have business growth. We can also look at additional programs in the future. So it would be great, in my opinion, if the MCP wasn't just processing applications and running a couple grant programs, but if we were also looking forward to economic development for cannabis businesses. So I think there's a lot of opportunity in the future, and I don't think 20 staff is out of the question going forward.
Dirty.
I just wanted to clarify. I don't know, one of the speakers brought up about the satellite imagery and was concerned that this contract was going to create new satellite images of their backyard. And that's actually not how it works. These companies are already taking these satellite images, and my understanding of the service that Kristen's the department is going to be subscribing to, other county departments are already subscribing to that service. So other county departments already have access to that satellite imagery. It's just she's talking about using these funds so that her department also has access to that satellite imagery. From that.
Yeah, the code enforcement over at Planning and Building Services, they do have their own account with Land Vision, and we often pester them to provide us images. We try to be gentle with them and not ask them for too much. So they'll maintain that account, and we'll start our own account with Land Vision. The Planet imagery will be just in-house, unless we may also make it available to the public through the county's GIS system. So, and then I think if I may, I know that there's some concerns about the language in the grant application that we would use imagery to address complaints. We receive a lot of complaints about folks who are in our program. The number one complaint we get about folks in our program is that they've expanded and they've got way too much canopy and all of this development going on. And more times than not, we send inspectors out, we get out there, and there hasn't been expansion. Right? So it would be really great, as I mentioned earlier, to utilize the imagery to verify what should be occurring before we arrive, right? So if we can look at a site before we go out and discredit a complaint, boy, would that save us a lot of time, energy, and resources. So that's the reference to complaints specifically. Sorry for taking us off track.
No, Dan, I appreciate that clarification. It's a really good point. And what I see is we have an unfortunate dynamic where some of the public believes the cannabis program and the board of supervisors are trying to deny permits and kick people out. And what I see behind the scenes, and I don't have a filter, I would speak up if I saw that happening. What I see is really dedicated staff working extremely hard, a program that has a hard time retaining staff. They don't always get treated the best in interfacing with applicants, and yet, they still show up for the job. And we're talking about getting a satellite subscription so that we can be more efficient and get more done with fewer people. We're talking about staffing up, we get slammed for that. Well, last year we were slammed for why doesn't the county have enough staff in the program to carry out the workload? At every turn, there's an attempt to try to get us on a better course where we can be more efficient and process quicker. And there's an equal number of complaints that we're doing just that. So, I think that it's a very difficult ordinance. 4 of us weren't here. Supervisor Jurdy was here. The state hadn't done its environmental work at that point. And the county didn't know where the state would go. Once the county saw where the state went with CEQA, yeah, we have a bad ordinance. We tried to fix it. There was a referendum. We're stuck with this really bad ordinance. And it puts the county in a position that if we just rubber stamp permits, those applicants won't have the documentation to get their state license. In other words, if we make it easier for applicants, they're going to get blocked at the state level. If we hold them to the ordinance, it's a real struggle. We all know it's a bad ordinance. And so I really want to find a way to shift away from the county as the bad guy trying to hold people back and make sure that they can't be successful in their cannabis business, to this is a real struggle for Mendocino County businesses and the county. We're in it together. We're doing the best we can. All 5 of us are hearing the input. Sometimes we don't act on it because there's additional information that convinces us competing equities. There isn't a perfect solution. We're going to take the closest we can get, and it may not be necessarily what the 7 people calling in are demanding. Supervisor Haschek.
Yeah, one of the comments about transparency, and that rings true to me too, that, this grant application was given to the board in a very quick way. We didn't have much time to digest it. And I would just like to see when we approve this, most likely, that any changes that happen within the cannabis program that we're made aware of, that the public is made aware of, and that there's that transparency for any changes that happen, because I think that's what people really want, especially with the equity grant, with this grant, we need to be telling people what we're doing with it.
We are more than happy to provide updates as changes occur. I'm really hoping that when we develop this policy manual, we will get it right the first time. We won't be subject to a lot of changes down the road. And the turnaround on this grant was very, very short. I mean, I want to just remind everyone that the grant program was developed in July. We received notice, I want to say in October, that the grant application would become available in November and be due in December, right? There was not a lot of time for us to even blink, really. It was full speed forward, and we had to set a lot of stuff aside just to get the grant proposal and application completed. So we would have loved to have provided more time and have more opportunity for stakeholder input, but it was a very short window and time frame put in place by the state.
Can I invite a motion?
Move the recommended action.
Second.
Motion on the floor. Any discussion? Not seeing any. Clerk, we're ready to vote.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Chair Williams,
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy,
Yes.
Supervisor Haschak,
Yes.
and Supervisor McGordy.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Last item of the day, 3C, a name change to Mendocino County Cannabis Department, sponsored by Cannabis Program, sponsored by Director Nevidal.
May I ask, thank you, William Riley, our program administrator, is going to present this.
Thank you, Chair Williams and board. Good afternoon. My name is William Riley. I am the program administrator with Mendocino County's Cannabis Program. And today I have a relatively lean item to bring. It is simply a departmental name change. And so what the department is asking for is to update our departmental name to reflect the fact that we are a department, as was presented in the legislation details. In April of 2021, the Cannabis program was moved out of building and planning. And then again in October 2021, it transitioned into a department. And so this is purely procedural. It's a request just to bring us in alignment with everything else, and also so we can get our mail at the right name.
I move the recommended action after we hear public comment.
Is there a second?
Second it.
Okay, public comment.
On the line, we have Paul and Susan, Paul Hansberry, Susan Tibbin, followed by Michael Katz, Blair Eclair, Ron Edwards, and Lauren Mendelson. Paul, you have your 3 minutes. Once you've finished, I will switch it over to Susan.
Thank you very much. This is Paul Hansberry. Good afternoon, board. The name change is not simply an aesthetic. Apparently, the title department will allow them to free themselves of the encumbrance from the building and planning services, and so that they can do their own hiring and create their own budget, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that that's a good thing, because any efforts to cut some of the red tape from any of these programs is greatly appreciated. So I fully support this name change. Thank you very much, and I will hand this over to Susan.
Susan, your 3 minutes have begun.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Susan Tibbin, Lovingly and Legally, MCA member. As codified in a recent MCA document, cannabis provides the most robust level of taxes of any product or crop in our county. That being said, the cannabis program is in fact much more than a program. It is in fact a vital department that touches numerous aspects of agriculture, community funding, life itself in Mendocino County. As such, a cannabis department designation allows for more independent decision-making and funding. The program director needs a broader ability to implement helpful protocol in a new cannabis department. That being said, please remember, potential new cannabis department, county council, and board, that if we want to keep those robust taxes, it would behoove us to keep all of us in the county, in the department. Let's change direction. We've said it before, incentivize and help us instead of viewing us as bad actors who are trying to slip through. The reality is that most of us are out of time, out of patience, and out of money. An example of change that's needed is common courtesy. If there's a problem with a document, tell us what's wrong, tell us what's unclear, and let's work together to solve the problem. Thank you, board, and thank you, staff. Good afternoon.
On the line is Michael Katz, followed by Blair Eclair.
Good afternoon, supervisors and Director Nevidal. This is Michael Cass, Executive Director for the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I think we can all agree that cannabis is a major component of our community, and as such, the responsibilities that are now falling to manage the entirety of the program are being discussed under by changing the name from the Cannabis Department. I think in the same vein that it's being acknowledged that this is a major part of our community, and we address that there are major issues that still need to be worked through with the department and stakeholders, that this just continues to point out to the need for a standing committee to address the scale of the impact that cannabis and cannabis policies have on the entirety of our community. I sincerely hope that this will help to foster a sense of need and urgency among the board to support that standing committee idea. Further, related to the department, there are some concerns about items that were also included in the grant application, indicating the program's desire to take on additional processing of administrative permits, use permits, ministerial permits, and most recently in Director Nevedal's comments just a little bit earlier, potentially economic development on behalf of the cannabis community, which I find very interesting considering the challenges that many folks are having staying in the program or feeling like they're going to have staying in the program. So I'd like to see that in the context of broadening this department's responsibilities, that we address the enhanced impact that cannabis has and continue to work with stakeholders to address the myriad concerns that are facing this community. The change of name from program to department hopefully will be a step towards resolving those, but clearly we still have much further to go. Thank you very much.
On the line is Blair Claire, followed by Ron Edwards.
Hello, this is Blair Claire. I would just like to address the board and kind of one of Ted Williams' last comments about, the different issues and trust that we have about seeing that this program is executed and or run like to a way that we feel like that we don't have to be calling into all these meetings and having these discussions. And I think much of what we're feeling is based upon experiences that people have had. I've had a number of really good experience too with MCP and my process through the application, but I also talked to a lot of community members who have not had those issues. I haven't gone through the grant program, so I haven't had all the issues that those folks have had trying to get their grant or Appendix G yet, just because I've been stalled in the application process for so long. And I do sincerely hope that we can see a shift in what we have seen in the past and be able to see applicants get through the program without having undue stresses, such as things where if somebody enters something into the portal, there's absolutely no way, no possibility of them ever being able to change something, or things like all of a sudden these vegetation modifications where people are given 15 days to prove something with very little notice, without being able to go back in time, basically, for providing information that they never knew in the first place that they needed to provide. And so there are reasons why we are having these feelings and needing to bring them up and trying to make changes, because there are instances where this is happening. And I know the supervisors aren't experiencing the same things that the applicants are feeling. And so it's just, I appreciate you having this meeting and holding this time. And I hope that changing the program potentially from a program to a department will help some of the red tape. And I hope that we can continue to try to do everything we can, like Susan said, try to incentivize and try to help people get through the program. And things are just very challenging right now on many different levels. So thank you for your time.
On the line is Ron Edwards, followed by Lauren Mendelson.
Yes, good afternoon, board. I would just like to kind of clarify. Earlier, we heard that Chantrell represents 70 farmers. MCA has a representation that they represent. Hannah Nelson has clients. I have clients that I'm guiding through this. It's just that we are the ones who are paid and have the time to participate in these board meetings. So please don't just look at our faces, our voices, and think that, well, it's just those 7. No, we represent quite a few people in the community. Secondly, I hope that this is going to be a non-bureaucratic change. In other words, have we gone through all the business cards? Have we gone through all the letterhead? Or now are we going to now print up all new business cards, letterheads, all of those items? And I just refreshed, sorry, out of breath, ran to the computer to see if there was a budget attached to this. And so what is the cost for this change? Is it a timely manner? Where would the public find that information on what is the cost to go from program to department? Thank you.
On the line is Lauren Mendelson. Lauren's no longer on the line. That concludes public comment.
Okay, well, we have a motion on the floor for the recommended action, which is to change the name. And literally, that's all this is. It's a name change. Any additional board discussion? Clerk, could you pull the timer down? Supervisor Hascheck.
Well, just go off of Ron Edwards' question, is there any cost to this? What are the other factors going on with this name change?
There's no cost associated with the name change. Eventually, as we update forms, we'll change the name on the forms from the Mendocino Cannabis Program to the Mendocino Cannabis Department, but we do not need to prioritize that. We haven't changed a number of forms to reflect that I'm no longer the Cannabis Program Manager and am now the Director. I also have not ordered new business cards because I haven't used up my Cannabis Program Manager business cards. So we don't anticipate this being anything more than a technical name change that follows along with the fact that we became a department in October of 2021.
The most expensive element is the meeting right now, which is now a sunk cost. Supervisor McGordy.
So I think this is a real watershed moment that we have a cannabis department, because I've seen the cannabis program go through 2 other departments like a hurricane. And it's really wonderful to see them land in a place where hopefully there's some stability. And I'd like to remind everybody how much this board has invested in trying to get the cannabis program straightened out and functional so that we can do all the things that people want. And it's been quite a lift. You know, we've spent a lot of time. Some things turned out to be completely unsuccessful, like trying to come up with a CEQA compliant ordinance. So, you know, we're doing the best we can. I know that we don't please everybody. I know we have our 7 regulars who represent a bunch of people. I know that we put this meeting together so that we would have a specific time to focus on cannabis, because that was kind of the wish of the board. We don't have a standing committee because the board said we really should be all involved. And I think that's why we're doing the way that we're doing. And even the ad hoc is like not a permanent ad hoc. It goes from issue to issue. And we change the issues and we kind of renew every time that we have one, so that we don't have a permanent commitment, but we can always address issues. And I think that Kristen's trying pretty hard to increase communications. You've had an opportunity to weigh in a lot in the last month. So yeah, we're not perfect, but we're sure as heck trying. And you know, it's just the way we do things here in Mendocino County. We're not perfectionists. We're always probably outside the normal orbit of the way things are done in other parts of the world, and probably will continue to do that. And that's why this has been really hard, because a lot of people who are in the program aren't used to filling out forms and living in a real structured environment. So when they come up against something like this, which is, again, not our fault, this was handed down to us by the state under Proposition 64. We're doing the best we can. So, you have to take that into account as you're fulminating about the latest thing that doesn't seem right to you. First of all, there is a channel of communication, and we are in our own way listening to you and responding as effectively as we can. I just wanted to leave you with that thought. And congratulations to Kristen and William for having your very own department.
Any final comments? Clerk?
Chair Williams,
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy,
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
and Supervisor McGorty.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
And meeting adjourned at 2:51.